feel like I forgot a step, but I think we're good. Alright, we are on. Tell everyone. I feel like there was something I was gonna say. Upon starting the stream, but I can't remember what it was. This is CTS level 2. Yo, Fumo. Os. Alright, we're gonna do some warm-ups. Because I have not done any practice in a long time. Yo, Elton. Just some quick warm-ups. We're actually gonna go really quick with these. Gonna be quick and cold. Coldie's always cold. They're not gonna be that cold because I haven't practiced in a while. Mostly just focused on what I need most right now is some fold practice. So we're just going to do this real quick, and then we are going to do a little bit of, we're going to draw like a turnaround type thing, like a, you know, like the type of thing you model reference over, because I want to redo the, you know, like the dungeon walk around sprites for the characters, because the only ones were not looking that good, and it's actually a lot easier if I do it in 3D. It's actually going to save a lot of time because then I don't have to paint each background and stuff. So it's actually going to save a lot of time in the long run. So let me know if ZTS gets too loud. Some lukewarmies. That's what we're doing today. We're doing some warmies. Some lukies. Mostly just trying to, I just don't have enough, first and foremost, I just don't have enough fold shapes really like committed enough to muscle memory and all that. I'm constantly running into situations where I have to stop and think what should go, and that is never good. Because it shows up when you're planning stuff. Like, it hurts the overall plan. of a pick when you're not going in, like. This stuff down, and also, what the fuck am I doing here? This got way too big. But yeah, I don't know how hard or easy it's gonna be to make these like little 3D turnaround SD. They're just gonna be simple SD. The goal is to make it look like Mario RPG. I think it should be relatively easy. I'm pretty quick with drawing SD characters now. It's for the sake of 3D reference, so it's not like it needs to be a masterpiece. The proportions are pretty much the most important thing. It's gonna be really fun to have these little like simple 3D models, because I can do fun stuff with them, like I don't know, like render them in fun ways, I guess. This all just got too big. Yeah, it's just like a fun thing to show people. I think a really fun post would be like a cool, like a good like jitter post would be like showing footage of like walking around the map and stuff, and then like stop and like show, oh, see, this is a pre-rendered model, and stop and like spin the camera and shit. Like, not like you'll actually be able to do that in game, but just for the sake of showing, yes, these are based on 3D. Having it look more explicitly Mario RPG-esque also is just kind of desirable in general, because I'm going for a little bit of that. Like, you know, there's a lot of like Mario RPG DNA in the game and everything, so. What happened here? Okay, I see. This got too big. Honestly, can't even remember the last time I did practice like this. It's funny because I knew there was going to be a time where, like, oh, you're just not going to be doing that much. You know, you're just not going to be able to focus that much on art for a bit. Coldest. Doctor, yo. Coldest. And it's kind of nice to get a break, but at the same time, drawing is probably the single most fun thing to me. And last year especially, I got so much like gains with knowledge and speed and consistency and shit, especially when it comes to like composition and stuff like that. So I have like an urge to use it. So it's kind of, I mean, you can see why, like, it's funny because, like, in Japan, you hear the story a lot. Like, you do hear a lot of people, like Ichion, who I really like, was one such case. You do hear of a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, like for me, I started getting really serious about art. You hear it with music sometimes too, when trying to make a game, and the game didn't pan out, but I'm serious about art now. Because like a lot of people will go into, and this is something I thought about, like,
that's not us, obviously.
Obviously, that's not us. Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. It's something I thought about, I remember, as, like, ages ago, like, when I was, like, 15 even. Because that's when I, like, first got into, like, coding and stuff and knew I wanted to, like, do game shit. It's, like, it's funny because, like, you ask, like, well, if this forces you to build these other skills, would you rather just, you know, do those other things? And for a lot of people, the answer is yes. But there's two things for me personally that keep the game thing specifically so, like, you know, unable to break from. Because I even had periods where I wanted to, like, years back. The first one is, it's just like, I'm convinced it's the best platform for writing because a game can be combined with normal writing. Obviously, like, you make like a VN, but you can easily fit VN shit into anything. Not like anything, but as long as it's planned for it. So it's just like, oh, if you want to write, and that's the thing I care most about, then, you know, there's your platform. And then the second thing is probably just, I don't know, like, millennial gamer brain rot. Just can't get Mario leaves a permanent mark on your existence that you'll never get away from. Mario will be real in 4 seconds. Mario, if he real. Hello, W. Hello, Reptid. Yeah, Sonic. For some people it's Mario. For some people it's Sonic. For me, Sonic was equally significant, but in different ways. I wouldn't say Sonic is overall, like, in terms of, like, as a game series, Mario is much more significant to me. But in terms of just, like, overall as, like, you know, overall as, like, a person, Sonic was huge for me. Especially, I think I said this before, but yeah, Sonic Adventure was, like, huge, formative thing for me. It's one of those things I love, like, going back and seeing, like, streamers play it and stuff, and just refreshing myself on it and stuff. And of course, you know, all the 2D ones and all that. And I love Sonic Adventure 2 as well. But it's really Sonic Adventure was the big one. Oh, is it? Yeah, I did see a... I told me to kill myself and disappear down a pipe. Yeah, I did. I do remember, like, a Rotmax vid on it, and I remember it looked really cool. I think it was hard to... it's ironic because they're technically three. You know, they're 3D platformers at the end of the day, but like, it's funny because I think of those games as so cinematic. And the normal gameplay has you moving fast anyway, that it's always like easy to forget that there even is a speedrunning scene for them. I think when I think of Sonic and speedrunning, I think of the Petersonian sense. the do it fast rather than do it right. I can't even picture exactly what the Sonic Adventure 2 speedrun looks like. I did see a video. I did see at least one video on it though. If anyone makes like a new, very quality rot max vid on it, if I'm ever feeling tapped out, I'll have to check it out. This one is really useful. This pattern, this like pinch plus like cavity pattern. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's starting to come back to me a little bit. Yeah, like a lot of like wild momentum stuff with that. Yeah, that sounds sick. Yeah, because the thing about SA1 is that it's a little bit wild by default. So I can't imagine the speed run does anything like too ridiculous compared to casual play, but like SA2 has a more like it enforces groundedness more, but it still has that like momentum potential. So I could see that going pretty crazy. Those are always like the coolest speed runs when it's you know abusing a mechanic that is fundamentally part of the game's identity in a way that still feels exploitative. Like it feels both simultaneously exploitative but still part of the game's identity. And in my opinion, if a game system is if it's really well made, it should probably inherently have stuff like that in it. I mean, there's exceptions, but you know. All right, so this part is tricky because this is one of those areas that like I often would hit in a drawing and just not know what the frick to do with. So we're getting like some reflected light here shape. Then we get this sort of snaking, almost like rabbit ear thing for the highlight. Well, it's not a highlight, it's just a lack of tone. But because it's surrounded by tone, it looks like a highlight. Then more reflected on this side. This is a pattern I definitely do not have installed in muscle memory, but I can tell it's important. And then you get another reflector here to paste this. There's even a treasure hunting only category called Centurion Race, and that's very interesting. Just yeah, I do remember that. That was funny as fuck. It almost reminds me of some of the stuff that shows up in GoldenEye. Speedrunning, where you like sort of predict the RNG and beat the RNG to it. Oh, the spin dash still goes wild. Yeah, because that's what's interesting too. Because like. The spin, that's a kind of like I was saying, like SA1 lets even like the casual player easily abuse the spin dash, whereas in SA2 it's like more advanced of a thing to know how to abuse it. Okay, so we go boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and then this shape is really fucking important too, because anytime there's like a thick thing, actually gotta zoom in. Yeah, so basically it gets thick on top, flows over. And then this shape specifically has that kind of... Oh, shit, yo, well. We're back to stream. Just doing a couple warmies before we start. Yeah, alright, well, this is fun. Alright, let's move on to the next thing. This is the only one I was planning on really spending too much time with. This one, you wouldn't think that you'd need to copy this type of thing much. Like bathing suits and stuff, because you'd think they're simple, but it's still clothes like anything else. It's something to learn the specifics of. That's what I learned last picture. I was regretting not having more practice with this. I was half expecting that that freaking loony dude to show up in chat. Well, I guess he's not gonna show up. He doesn't want to pick a live fight. I half feel like it's someone I know from DJT trolling. Honestly. There's this one dude that I knew from DJT for a long time. Like, we went, like, way back. I think he was actually the first person I ever interacted with when I joined DJT, in fact. And, just, like, a really, like, kind of emotionally unstable dude. And he recently kind of out of the blue, was just sort of, like, totally out of nowhere, just kind of started like having a hissy fit. Sort of directed at me, sort of directed at everyone. I feel like it's him. I feel like this was weeks ago though, I don't know. If that sounds too weird, and not like something a normal person would do, then you just don't know DJT well. There's a lot of characters there. DJT has produced a lot of characters. I mean, he's produced a lot of really cool people too, but just a double-edged sword. Yeah, I've been on DJT. I'm well aware. Yeah, well, I'm tangentially involved with them because of a lot of DJT refugees, like DJT old heads, like ex DJTers. So like, you know, some of the old heads, they are we have a little like secret cabal of people who know Japanese well, basically. And we still exchange info and stuff. You know, to this day and stuff. And if you were one of the like made it in DJT, no one ever forgets you exist. Like, you'll always be spoken about, told, as long as that place exists. So they'll never like forget, like you'll never go in DJT and write like Howard Blast and like everyone will be like, who? Like that will just never happen. At least not for a while, at least. Although I do plan on making some vids about Japanese again, because I want to talk about like writing the game and stuff. So that will probably inevitably put me back in contact with them again. Not necessarily me proactively going to them, but they will definitely, if I make a video about writing in Japanese and stuff, writing the game in Japanese and all that stuff, they will definitely be seeing that. And it will remind them that I exist. Yeah, they did remember. Yeah. The secret, yes, exactly. The secret society of DJT alumni. Yeah, it was not. It had its heyday is in the distant past. Yes, they are obsessed with Matt. They're very obsessed with Matt. But yeah, the good old days are long past. I wonder what one person he wasn't associated with the DJT Discord server. He was associated with the 4chan thread, but there was Jamal. He went by Jamal. And he was the guy who made the garbage days. And I can't remember what happened to him, if anyone knows what he's up to. Yes, that is Matt versus Japan. Matt versus Japan is basically, he was effectively Katz's successor, but with zero of Katz's positive traits. And any negative trait Katz had cranked to 10, plus many new negative traits. I feel bad for everyone who missed the Katz era and had to learn about JP from the Matt era. Because Katz was just a sensei of life. Matt barely even qualifies as a sensei of Japanese, so. Evil Cats, yeah, he's Evil Cats, exactly. Although Katz is pretty evil himself for disappearing on us. Miss him so damn bad. No, I'm just kidding. I don't miss him that much, but I mean, I do. I just love hearing him talk. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he says anything, and it's just funny and interesting, and I always listen. If he had if he was still writing daily blogs and stuff, I would 100% be checking them out. These are all shapes I definitely do not know well. Okay, I think we're getting it. Trick is that the folds can't be too broad. It starts to look weird. I kind of get it. Also, this somehow got way too small. Just something I do in normal drawings as well. It's supposed to be more like... Is that too big now? Does anyone read and give feedback on your video scripts before you start recording? It's the emphasis on some. Incel cats. When we needed them most, exactly. Yeah, no, actually, Will, especially because some of it is ad-libbed. But we might start doing that. I might start... I mean, at the same time, I feel like I kind of know what to... I feel like I'm growing wiser. I feel like I'm starting to learn, what to expect a little better now. So maybe it's not quite as necessary as it might have been. But I might start doing that. I might start throwing my notes. You know, I did have... Yes. Hey, Chris. The last couple of vids got a little hot and heavy. I did have a dude. He's actually one of the DJT alumni, secret cabal type dudes I'm talking about. He I worked with very closely to produce the original devlog. Because he's very conservative when it comes to not pissing people off. He's almost neurotic about it. So I kind of used him as my barometer for okay, if he doesn't think this will anger people, then it's probably fine. Or if he thinks this will only slightly anger people, it's probably fine. Because the original devlog, the original Orcastle devlog was actually a decent bit spicier. It was a little bit hot and heavier. And the final one we ended up with was a little bit toned down. Probably for the best. I can't say for sure because I need a time machine. I mean, what really would have helped that vid was just a good mic and a little bit snappier editing and maybe a little bit more clever humor. But in general, I was pretty happy with how that came out for being a first. Once the demo's done, I'm going to make another video kind of similar to that one. It's going to be I'm really going to try to polish the editing. And then I'm also gonna finally make a Japanese YouTube, and I'm gonna announce the project to Japan in a big video where I speak Japanese to the camera, like reverse Satoru Iwata style. So that will be a lot of fun. And yeah, I mean, hopefully it gives me a chance to expand the audience to Japan then finally. It's Japan did see I think more than half the likes. He's back to be para smooth, yes. It will be. It will be para like gaijin in anime. But yeah, I think more than half the likes on the Orc Castle Battle Showcase #1 vid on Twitter, I think more than half the likes were actually Japanese. And get this, Yamamoto Dojin, dude, liked it. That dude's huge. That dude's like an OG of like the whole just like Aero Dojin scene. Like as far as like the internet side of it. So yeah, that was like kind of insane. I actually have a screenshot proving it. Let me find it. Yep, the Dragon Ball dude. Fuck. Sorry, I don't know how to find it. I'll find it later. I'll find it another time. But he did like it. He did in fact like it. Which was like pretty fucking sick. None of this. Yeah, I should talk like Pegasus. That would be. I might troll first. I might talk like Pegasus for a minute to troll, and then reveal that I just talk in an accent anyway. It's just not the Pegasus accent. I mean, like, in all seriousness, I don't plan on ever getting rid of my accent because Japanese people start... You basically lose the perks of being a gaijin when you lose your accent while retaining all the negative elements of being a gaijin. So I'm never gonna get rid of my accent. Yo, Bobby. Yes. I am very excited for the next devlog. Because it's going to be a big one. I'm also a little bit worried about editing it, but we'll figure it out. Maybe if I have some extra cash, I could hire a dude to help. Although that's pretty much the last thing on my mind right now after this absolutely slaughter of a month. This financial slaughter of a month. In terms of income, it was like the best month I've had in a while. Like a long while. Like since starting this project. But it's just one of those months where like every expense in the world shows up. So, but we should get back. We should get back in track soon, and yeah, maybe we can hire an editor. I know some Brazilian editors who will work for a lot less money because the USD goes 5 times farther in Brazil than it goes in America. If I was in Brazil right now, I'd be like, I'd be doing kind of well. Honestly, I think I make as much money as like your average office worker in Brazil. If if like I was working off of the Brazilian economy right now. Yeah, they think you're exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it takes you into the he should know better. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Bobby. Honestly, I hate to say it, but like moving to South America as a independent, like artist or game dev or whatever is kind of a life hack. The reason it's not easy to do is because, well, I mean, first of all, you're moving to a country you don't know the language of, which is just dangerous. Second of all, if you have like family obligations or whatever here, obviously you're not going to tell them to up and move to South America. And then, I don't know what other issues show up, but if you can get past all that, it's kind of a good life hack while you're setting up shop, and then you can always just move back later. Like it's so much easier to achieve stability there than here. You just have to be willing to accept the risks and the sacrifices. Yeah, Japanese and Brazilian Portuguese, yeah. Yeah, that's really true, Chris. Like it's funny because there's a strong otaku presence in Brazil because of their their tight history with Japan. Yeah, I don't know anything about Ecuador, but I would imagine. Yeah, it's funny, Chris, because I just have this good feeling that I just have a really good feeling that Japan is gonna like Castle a lot. I just have a good feeling about it. Like I feel like it's the type of thing that will have a strong like like my brother and I were talking about it, we were saying like, oh, maybe it'll be like Bruce Lee when he really like popped off in he popped off in Hong Kong and other parts of China first really hard. Then that went downstream into his his American popularity. So maybe it'll be that type of case. Because after all, I mean, it's a game written first in Japanese. It's a game going entirely off of Japanese sensibilities. Most of the last, 11 years of my life at this point were spent on the Japanese side of the internet. I mean, I tell people all the time, I didn't even know Undertale was a thing until Japan did, because that's how locked into the Japanese side of the world I was. And stuff. So it's I mean, I think it would make sense if there was a little bit more of a connection there first. On the flip side, they really especially these days, they really want to know. They really want a finger on the pulse of Gaijin. They want to know what Gaijin are up to. They want to know what Gaijin are thinking, because they want to find. Japan has become painfully aware how antagonistic or semi-antagonistic the rest of the world can be. So they're very eager to feel out Gaijin these days, to see, who's a Nakama and who's a techie type thing. All right. That one was a little bit more in depth because it had to be. We're gonna go a little bit quicker through the next ones. In fact, how long have I been doing this? 45. Yeah, it's a little bit longer than I was hoping. But we're gonna blow through the rest of them. Let's see. Oh, Elno, nice, grats. I don't have an N anything technically, but I will get one at some point. I kind of don't want to take an N1. Unless I was like positive that getting a perfect score on it would be like breathing. Which was part of the reason I didn't take it for so long, and then I just forgot about it. Like, the people I was around gradually cared less and less about it because we stopped considering ourselves like proactively learning Japanese, and we consider ourselves just kind of knowing it. So, yes, get some popular JP YouTuber. Yes, VTuber. We gotta do that. We gotta like get the game around to good streamers and stuff. Yeah, bragging rights is cool for sure. It can open some doors. Starting from the ass. In this case, all we cared about was the rear end in this case. Yes, that one JP solo dev, yeah. Oh, he moved to Georgia, the country. Wow. That's insane. Isn't that, is that a Slavic country? I don't know my geography. If you ever played Saku Uta, and like there's that one part where Naoya draws a world map, that's pretty much my exact sense of the world. But yeah, wherever Georgia is, I imagine that, yeah, that makes sense. I actually don't know, Will. That's a good question. Okay, it's not a Slavic country. It is in the... Okay, that explains it then. That is a good question, Will. That is a good question. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. No, but yeah. Oh, okay, I see. It's near that Armenia area, yeah. Yeah, Bobby. I mean, like I said, I mean, if you if you weigh the pros and cons, I mean, if you successfully weigh the pros and cons and decide, it's a thing. I mean, it's definitely not a bad idea for some people. It's really not. It can mean the difference between, you have the budget to do a thing and you don't. It can be the difference. What the fuck? Yeah, a lot of these are shapes I just don't have memorized, which is a problem. We need to do that. Copies are going to get a decent bit messier from here because that is not the important part right now. Yeah, exactly. We need our own outer haven. That would be badass. Outer heaven, whatever. I haven't played Metal Gear in like 10 years. Oh, I see. It's borderline Central Asia. I see. That makes sense. I don't know much about Armenia. I knew some people from it, but I don't know if it's nice or not. Oh, I know that they have bad blood with Turkey. That much I know. I had to do a report on Turkey once. And my report was basically just like, yeah. So this is pretty much the worst country ever. Every single resource I found was just saying like, yeah, this place sucks. And so I just read that off verbatim. I don't actually know how nice or not it is. Yeah, bad was an understatement, exactly. That much I know. That much I know. Um, I didn't. Will, it's funny you say that. I know one. I didn't know Moldovia, whatever. I didn't know that was a thing until actually this one dude from DJT meeting this one dude from DJT, and talk about like a kind of strange bad egg. This dude like I don't mean to sound like toxic, but like I'm not exaggerating when I say this is a dude that no one likes. Like no one likes this dude. He's disagreeable to a point I've never seen like anyone be. And he's the thing that made me know Moldova is a thing, so let's just say my impression of it isn't the best. To be fair, to Moldova, I heard the Moldovians don't like him much either. So, so maybe it's not a Moldovia problem. Maybe it's a him problem. Russia had a small conflict with Georgia. Oh wow, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy how much conflict goes down there, but like you don't like realize it because we don't hear a lot about it in English, at least. I mean, nowadays we do, obviously, because of the Ukraine stuff. It was so sensationalized, but what's funny about the Ukraine, as far as South America, the topic is South America. Um, I think there were more homicides yearly in Brazil because of gang violence than like by far more in a single year than like the entirety of the casualties in the Ukraine-Russia war, which just goes to show how much like modern war has changed. Like it's not like the old days where like people are like gunning each other down. Like it's a much more like organized, it's a much more organized like I don't know, just weird thing that's hard to visualize. Yeah, as a hustler. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll know. Um, oh, Will. Yeah, Will. You just redeemed it. Although to be fair, or not to be fair, if I'm to play devil's advocate, you yourself are not from there, but but no, I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine people. Judging by the fact that they don't like this. that I'm pretty sure they don't like the character in question I'm talking about. It's crazy to fathom too, because it's like the size of like a smaller American state. It's so hard to fathom like small countries. Armenia's been going through hell because of the crap going on with Azerbaijan. I can't even read that, but yeah, that sounds nuts. Yeah, they left, so they obviously didn't like it very much. Yeah, it does sound like people who are there don't want to stay there. I mean, the economy is obviously it's not a great economy. It's not like, it's not like there's a ton of opportunity there. You can't blame them. Now, if they were small team game devs, maybe they would have stayed. Maybe they would have stayed. Yeah, this got too stretched. Holy shit, ethnic cleansing going on in Oaxaca. I've never even heard of these places, but they sound fucking crazy. They sound very intense. Yeah, Chris, you know your geography. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know anything. The one, like, I think the world map to me is like, okay, so it's like the New England area. This is like New England. And then like you go down, you get like Florida. And then like South America's below that. If you go far enough, you get California. And then Japan is like near that. And then like this is like Europe. That's all I know. That's my image of the world. Yeah, I have some European friends, and they always try to mock me for not knowing geography, and my response is that if they want me to remember them, then maybe they should do more interesting things to me to get my attention, then I'll remember them. I'm half joking. Because I do legitimately just like not really care, but that's just how my personality is. I'm just like a hyper focused type. Like I only care what I care about. And I have insane disinterest in everything that's not like my general concern. Back in my Jika in New York. Yeah, yo, Kara. Is it a nice part at least? New York actually does have some nice parts. My father is Jewish. I wish I could do more to improve the sentiment around that's like an insecurity. Yeah, I mean it's whatever. It's you know. I feel like in general. Our generation just like doesn't. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. Our generation just doesn't inherit as much from our dads as previous ones, so. You know. Pros and cons. Brooklyn's not the worst. Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. I can't remember the last time I went there. I think the last time I went to NYC, I think I took my mom to the museum, if I remember correctly. They had like a whole like African art section. It was like fake African art. It's like, it's like pseudo. Because like most of like what goes in a museum that they call like ethnic art is actually like just modern art, vaguely inspired by the culture or country. And the whole time, all I could think is African art is off the chain. Yeah, it's just all I could think about the whole time. Yes, yeah, I do. I like the museums for sure. Oh, that's right. Will did go to the MoMA or something. Yeah, Chris. Yes, I know where Kyushu and Hokkaido are. Japan's map is not like the vaguest thing in the world to me. Like, I know like a decent number of prefectures. I know a decent number of cities. Not super well though. Like I know Japan better than I know America. Like map wise, geography wise, but I still don't know it super well. But I do have like a basic, like I can visualize Japan to an extent. You know what I mean? Like I actually have like, it's like the one place I actually have a bit of a mental map of. Not like a great one, but enough where like I don't, draw a blank if someone's to say like what general region they're from usually. A lot of them are actually not great with the map of Japan themselves, so I don't feel too bad about it. Especially the way Japan is, like, they have a lot of, like state pride in Japan. Like, Japan's, like, barely different from America in that regard. Because Japan identifying as a single unit is historically a bit of a more recent development in history, so they have a lot of state pride. And from what I understand, their legal system is even kind of similar in that, like, state laws tend to take a lot of precedence over federal. And there's a constant tug of war there, very similar to America. Difference with America is that America doesn't have nearly as much of a you know, like a culture to each state. Because obviously there's just way less history in it. Okay. Let's see. Let's shrink these. Oh shit. Don't do that. Alright, just a few more. We're gonna go a little bit quicker with them. The King of Ezo. It's that way of saying. Okay, tell me where was that Shimatori? I have no idea how to say it. I don't know. I'm sorry, Nova. I don't know where that place is. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, Boston is pretty nice. Like as a like you can feel the history in it. It's not like a grid shaped city. It's like a weird organic city. It's actually kind of cool. Like it's junky in the way all cities are junky, but it is like kind of cool. Otherwise, I always think of fucking Homestuck and like Toby's Crew, and I think of Boston now because that's where they would always meet up. I learned that after stalking Toby for some time. I want to go to Gifuken, I assume. Shirakawa Kyo. Do do a Seichi Junrei for Higurashi. Yeah, that would be fucking sick. Absolutely. That would be sick. Oh, Tori. Okay. Oh, it's in the Shikoku area. Yep. I can slightly visualize that. Arizona sucked. Yeah. Or was it the Bakumats? I actually don't know, to be honest, Fuma. Have a book about it, but it was too... yeah, that shit can get kind of complicated. The nice thing about learning Japanese and stuff and Oda Media and stuff is that it force feeds you a degree of historical awareness and stuff. So you're never like dense to it. You might not necessarily know everything, but you can't help but gain a basic feel for Japanese history. It helps that it's freaking interesting too, so that helps. You know, and it gets glorified in depictions constantly too, which helps. They're very big on glorifying their history. This is fucked up. Not doing this right. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah, that's wild that Russia's like that, despite being absolutely fucking ginormous. It is true. You don't hear a lot about regional differences when it comes to it. I guess the closest thing is just like their neighboring countries themselves. Being kind of geographically and racially similar, I guess. I actually don't know, to be honest. I know very little about it. Yeah, I wonder if there's a reason for that. Yeah, Nobunaga stuff. I don't know a ton about. I've never played like a Nobunaga Yabo game or any of those, but you can't not know at least a little bit about him inherently. A lot of these stiffer folds are stuff I really gotta get down in that muscle memory. Because I'm always drawing like stiffer outfits typically. Yeah, Kingdom type manga, but yeah, that would be sick. Probably already. Well, you know what's funny is there's like a lot of like almost like every like historical fiction novel, like popular historical fiction novel, gets like some kind of manga for it. So there's like a lot out there that like you'd be like surprised how much actual like it's almost funny. Like I feel like in Japan it's kind of like how like how like here like if you want to like cheat and like not read a book for like a book report or something, you'd like watch like the movie or like do like the spark notes or whatever. Like in Japan the equivalent is like they can like read like manga versions. There's like a lot of people that end up doing that. Like even like some kind of like funny famous cases like there's that one like sort of kind of like it's not necessarily historical fiction per se. I forget what it's called. But it's like urban fantasy semi-historical fiction type series. And it's about like reviving like dead great men and stuff, like dead heroes and stuff.
It's not like some, like great, like some epic dudes, some decent.
Yeah,
dudes.
some decent. Yeah, I want to get. What is it? I want to get some men together. These are the hardest of the hard, and I want to be with these men. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull up the GIF. I like to get a bunch of men together. Okay, men. They're the hardest of the hard, and I want to be with these men. But yeah, anyway, that book had a manga, and it was a big inspiration on Fate. And Nas just read the manga because he didn't feel like reading. So Nas has a low attention span, apparently. Just download Buddha. Quick rundown on that. I don't know about that. Outside the Western core, a lot of diversity of Central Asian. Yeah, yeah. I know that area has a lot of different. If you're talking about autonomous republics, those don't count. Right. Exactly. Well, yeah. Ethnic differences in Russia become more pronounced after the USSR fell. Oh, interesting. Soviets had minority representation in their government, kind of like a. That makes sense. Tezuka adopted. Yes, that's right. He did do that, didn't he? Yeah. Yes, I have seen Metropolis. Yeah, animation's great. Backgrounds are great. Story is not so great, but yeah, I do like that movie though. Yes, it is sounding like Fate. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. What the fuck? I didn't know that Mongolians had their own script. That's funny as shit. Was it actually like sophisticated, or was it like a silly like crude drawing of like a cow to represent cows? Like this type shit. No, I mean I'm joking. Like you can have Egyptians technically had like cruder. Oh no, I have seen that. Well, yeah, that actually is sick. I'm joking. I don't mean to knock the Mongolians. I actually, you know how I said I got a music guy? My music guy is Mongolian, and he's smart as hell. So my impression of them is positive. Or Castle Throats. Yeah. My image of the country is still just like a big field. Just like a big field where they eat raw meat and live in tents. Frosted with yodeling. Quick rundown on that. Quick rundown on that. Yeah, I've seen pictures of it because the dude in question has posted pictures of his city and it looks nasty. That shit's insane. What is it like? Is it just like China's dumping ground or something? Like, what the hell made it get so nasty? That's kind of fucked. Like, that can't be good for your health. I mean, you can really feel the difference when an area is like fucked up polluted versus just, mildly polluted. Oh, I see. Interesting, yeah. I actually like that kind of shit a lot. I actually like if I got to have an anime adaptation for my game right now and they said like what type of music would you want? What type of soundtrack would you want? I would say do a lot of voice shit. Do a lot of interesting voice shit. Like there's this one African tribe. I shit you not, they're called the Bakas. They're literally called the Bakas. And they just like yodel, and it's like really not that good sounding. It's hyper unorganized, and it's like all ad-libbed and shit. Like there's, you know, it's not like there's no rhyme or reason to it, but it's not like, you know, it's not some like super sophisticated thing. It's just like a folk tradition thing. I actually think it goes hard. I unironically like it. I unironically like the sound of it. I really like pitch bends and stuff. Like I really like when pitches, when there's just that like nice, like just the right amount of dissonance that slides kind of in and out. Like I really like the people. It's kind of like a meme, but like if you look up like the Evergrace OST for the game Evergrace, like I love that. I love that soundtrack. A lot of the tracks in it sound like two tracks played at once, and it forms like just the right like dissonance on each other, and I fucking love it. Yeah, China is a factor. Hi, Justin. Western media and movies are inherently destructive. I mean, not like there's no magic that makes them so, but yes, most of them happen to be so. Just, I mean, most film is just junk. I hate to say it. It's just like even films that are considered like amazing films in the canon tend to just be like the equivalent of what would just be like a pretty good anime. And then like the ones that aren't considered the best of the best tend to just be like low key atrocious. Like I mean high budget film, like high profile films and stuff like obviously have developed a history of like good art directing and stuff. But art directing in film is just fundamentally simpler. It's just fundamentally less impressive than what goes into, you know, like the 2D stuff. So it's just like a less deep thing to begin with. The aesthetic of like acting and stuff in films and stuff is just inherently less deep. I mean, that's why they can get kids to do it well sometimes even and stuff. And yeah, most film, I'm sorry, it's just junk. Like a lot of people don't like to hear it, but most of it is just junk. And most of it is propaganda. So it's not the West. I mean, the West had great media in the past. Like the West like used to have a literary tradition. They used to have like a theater tradition. You know, there used to be good. It's not, you know, there's no like magic that like forces their stuff to be bad. It's just like, unfortunately, that's just how, you know, and it's like Japan, when you get outside of the otaku sphere, like when you get outside of otaku, like most of their media is junk in the same way. So it's really just like a non-otaku issue. It's a modern day / non-otaku issue. I know that sounds biased, but it's kind of just the truth. And it's not like I haven't seen film. Like I've seen a lot of films. Like I saw a lot of like and you know, some which I think are fine, you know, like I said, but like it's not like the norm, and even when they are fine, it's like there's nothing like impressive in film. As a medium in general, it kind of made the world stupider in many ways. Because it pushed people farther away from reading and stuff. Hollywood has consequences, yeah. Ninkyo Eiga, yeah. Like I like gangster movies and stuff. Yes, I have seen Sonatine. I've seen a decent number of Kitano's movies. I like him a lot. I think he's really funny, and just like I think he makes good gangster movies and stuff. Gangster movie, like hard boiled and like gangster movies and stuff, like they have like a tradition. It's almost like kung fu movies. Like they know what they are, they know what they're trying to be, and like some of them do a really good job at being it. And I'm not like, you know, I'm not gonna criticize them for that. Like, even if it's not, you know, like you don't have to be the deepest thing in the world to have merit, but in general though, generally speaking, I am kind of anti-film. Yeah, exactly. Face Off. I have not seen that, Carol, but I will make a note of it. I will note Face Off because I do like action movies every here and there. I have not seen There Will Be Blood, Will, but the milkshakes thing is iconic, and I remember the I remember the Smosh parody of it. I know that's like some real some cringe shit, but yeah, I remember Smosh's parody. It looked funny. It looked watchable for sure. Naked Lunch. I'll put a note. Have I seen any like? Not gonna lie, I can't read that. Is that? I want to say Hoga, but that's probably wrong. And Ikiru. No, I haven't seen. I'm trying to think if I've seen any Kurosawas. I don't think I have. I've seen like clips, I think, of some, if I remember correctly. I was definitely not impressed with the clips. Despite what people say. Oh, that's just like a ghetto way of writing ego. Okay, sorry, I'm retarded. Okay, I got you, Kara. Don't put that in garbage day 4. Oh, Yo Jimbo, yeah, that one I know about that one. I think my brother saw that.
Yeah, that's.
I think he said it wasn't much. I've abandoned my child. Yeah, Alien Run. I think books are very important for culture and for general intelligence of people. I used to be a low key lit tard back in the old days, and now like I eventually like it's not like I stopped caring about like normal it's not like I stopped caring about like normal literature stuff, but like I do not have time to be spending not consuming like Oda shit at this point, because it's what I'm trying to do now. I kind of got my fill of it. But yeah, at any rate, I think that reading is very important, and I think that books are very important. I think the literary tradition, especially of like England in the 1800s and stuff, I think that's a really important thing to be up on to at least some extent. Because these things are just a lot more, sophisticated than what kind of became of general consumption in the last 100 years. And what really gave otaku culture its literary identity was it started with the art. It started with people just trying to be the best artist they can and trying to learn how to use visual techniques in good and interesting ways. But when we get that like sort of Oda literary renaissance of the late 90s and throughout the O's, that wasn't built as much as people like to think that was just the product of otaku having fun. It really wasn't. It was much more a group of people sitting down and being like, okay, let's take the literature of this very seriously. Let's not discard our more like fun otaku concerns, but like let's take the literature aspect extremely seriously. It's one of the reasons why we don't even use the term the way we used to anymore, but like the concept of like moe games, like moe VNs and stuff. These very low concept VNs, like one of the reasons why Bishoujo focused games like that, like Bishoujo Gay, were really good for developing the literature was because it helped them make these low concept works and stuff that they could focus more on just making the best stories possible and stuff, instead of having to, just take a work like Cross Channel. Like, what the hell would Cross Channel even be if it was just like an anime made in like 1991 or something? Like it would never, or like a manga or something. It would just never be allowed to be made. A work like that is able to be made because it can trade out any sort of high concept. It's got a bit of a high concept, but it's not like a major high concept work. It can trade a little bit of that high concept out for just being run, justifying its existence, its market existence through, the presence of having Bishoujo characters front and center. So that was just a really good thing for the whole thing. And at any rate, the point is that, literature is an important part of, otaku shit. It's with time, especially. I hate to say it, but like with time, people taking writing seriously became increasingly more and more associated with like core otaku priority, and people not taking writing seriously became increasingly associated with stuff that is more like normie pandering, or specifically in extreme cases like kind of specifically trying to go against like where the otaku flow is going. So yeah, that's just kind of an unfortunate thing that kind of, it's fortunate because it's kind of a way of saying like good writing is otaku tradition now. But it's unfortunate because it's created a lot of tension that wasn't really there before. Like stuff like Shonen Jump in the 90s was like much closer to just normal otaku-ness than now, where now there's a lot of friction and stuff like that. Yeah, I did want to watch the new Kamen Rider Fumo. I did want to see what it's like. I know Kamen Rider was big on a lot of the old, like it was very like childhood influential stuff on the old crew, the old gen. Like I'll definitely watch Gen Urobuchi's Kamen Rider, and I will at least check that out. Um, yeah, from what I understand, a lot of Toku is kind of just slop. But, like, you know, it can be worthwhile or interesting in certain ways. I definitely will watch Ano's Shin Kamen Rider. Like, it seems like the more interesting of the Shin series. I tried to do Shin Ultraman, and it was kind of AIDS, so I had to call it quits on Shin Ultraman. Yeah, Alien Run. It is true. Yeah, people do definitely reading does different important things. Yeah, exactly, Carol. When you reach the end of the bell curve, the ends replace books. True as fuck. True. Um, yeah, exactly, Nova. Charles. Poetry is deeply ingrained in Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean it's a very inherently like poetic language and stuff, and it's a language too that is like recent in the sense that like modern Japanese is a very like modern Japanese collected into like hyojungo as they call it like is effectively like a recent development. So like um, they kind of had time to reflect on. It was a very like conscious choice what formed it and like what formed the language in general and stuff. So it's one of the reasons the language is so like organized. And poetry is just such like a. I guess it's just such an inherently like wabi sabi thing because it's like it's like a weird cross between storytelling and music and has that kind of like inherent fleeting concept to it that Japan really likes. Haikus, yeah, exactly. Haikus, bro. All right, I think I'm going to call practice. I think I'm going to call the practice here and get started. I definitely need a lot more experience with all these folds and stuff. But. Yeah, I mean that'll do it. That'll do it for now. Okay, let us. Yo, Omar. We are about to draw some like turnaround things, whatever you want to call it. Bush. Sete type beat for some simple SD 3D models because I want to redo my field sprites to look like kind of Mario RPG type beat. So we are going to do that. I got to pull up some reference first. Yeah, Fumo. That was true in the past as far as people thinking that like otaku equals bad writing. But Um, with time, that kind of corrected itself for many reasons. I mean, I could talk about this all day, but the TLDR is that people got smarter and the distinction became more like the distinction of what good writing even is became like kind of more obvious over time. More people got into VN and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things that like kind of has corrected itself over time, but it still needs a lot more shit going on. Any recommendations for sources to check out the history of otaku? Okay, well, here's what I will say. If you really study the art and the artists, you will inherently learn so much about the history. And I know that's kind of like a tall order, but like there is no secondhand source that will come even close to as much as you'll understand by really, really studying the history of the art, like really drawing it for yourself and really seeing all the little details and stuff. At some point, I'll say everything that I know from my perspective, but yeah, I can't like honestly recommend a secondhand source because it's just so much better to really experience it yourself and really like, all that. Whenever you go out, you ever get self-conscious about your beard? I get more self-conscious about it on stream and video than going outside the house. Because there's no aesthetic standard. There's no grooming or aesthetic standards where I live. Like everyone everyone looks like shit. So I get more self-conscious about it online. Ikigami's art style. I think it's really cool. I think he's super good. I think it's kind of like I think it's a little bit. I feel like it represents like a. I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to get yelled at by my brother who's in the room right now because he knows so much more about this than I do. But like, I think it reflects. I think it reflects a less sophisticated approach to anime manga realism than like what came not even too long after, but I think he's insanely good and I obviously respect him a lot. So yeah, talking to a video is a really good watch for definitely a good history. Yeah, no convenient summary exists. Yeah, it's an essential indie dev feature. Yeah, it's how you know. It's like I can't tell if, as they say, it's like can't tell if homeless or entrepreneur. Yeah, Otaku no videos definitely. There's like a long list of like works I could definitely point out to be like, oh, these are good works. But yeah, just dedicate your life to it. Nothing big.
I'll do videos on tracking specific artists.
Yes. My brother is going to make videos about art history, like evolutions of specific art styles and like clicks too, like creator clicks. Like, oh, these guys were influenced by each other and they would work together. Like there's so much to talk about there. And when you understand that side, you will understand the consumer side even. That it all connects. It all connects. No, he doesn't have a channel yet. I've been telling him to make one for a while.
Very, very soon.
Soon, he says soon. Soon, TM.
I'm going to be mainly like going hard with art too.
Yes, he said I'll be going hard with the art too. Oh, good night, Elnu. Yeah, thank you for popping by. All right, we're just going to decide the proportions first.
Let's see if what his videos are his rage induced.
I don't know. That's a good freaking question. I could see it being more. I could see it being less. It's hard to say.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's probably going to be more or less. Probably not equal. That much I can say. All right, we got to decide like also how big should the feet be? Like should it be like a small foot thing? Should it be a medium foot? You gotta make like decisions like that. Like how is it gonna be like a longer torso thing? Is it gonna be a more? I don't know. Let's pull up some Mario sprites. Some Mario RPG sprites. I don't remember where I put these, to be perfectly honest. I think I have a folder. Sprites. Here we go. All right, got them. Shinkiro. Yeah, I mean Shinkiro is if it's proper, if it's a proper Japanese art style, then who are we to say it's not otaku? His is that's like a very illustrative approach. Like I I'm in no position to tell you who's better than who amongst the Kamieshi, but one thing I can say is that the most sophisticated expressions of realism in like anime, otaku art, whatever, are gonna come from the animators, though, first and foremost. Like what the animators are doing are like the best animators, like the best character designers. They're always gonna be like the real, true cutting edge of like art, just in general. But yeah, Shinkiro is a boss, obviously. I don't particularly like his art, but I respect it. I respect it a lot. I mean, I don't dislike it. I like it. I definitely don't dislike it. Okay, and I'm gonna pull up the old sprites that I was working with. Where we at? Here we are. Okay. I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. What the fuck? It's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Yeah. Basically, yeah. What it was, Charles, was, it's like, I don't know how well I communicated this, but basically there's a type of issue you see a lot in like learning communities where they will refuse to actually get to the, like, they'll refuse to actually get their hands dirty in the actual the actual grit of what they're trying to learn, and they will permanently try and use like the beginner, you probably know the whole beginner placebo. There's a whole beginner placebo like regimen, and I was a part of it myself. I know it extremely well. I did it for a very long time. I didn't exclusively do it. Like, I didn't take it to the extreme where I was like only doing cope stuff, but and all right, the question is how thin, because Mario is kind of fat. So the question is like how thin should the characters be? Well, they should just look like normal SD characters. Really, is what they should look like. Let me pull up some SD reference. Yeah, and basically, what happens is you kind of get this. Honestly, it's a lot like learning Japanese, to be honest. This isn't the best metaphor, but a lot of it is like learning Japanese, where like you'll get a certain type of person for the longest time. This is usually what you got, where it's like, okay, when are you actually going to expose yourself to Japanese? When are you going to actually consume media in Japanese? When are you going to actually, I hate the term, but immerse. When are you going to do the immersion? When are you going to stop using textbooks that don't even help in the first place? And it just goes on and on and on. And then they end up turning to just basic like Western tuning stuff. They end up turning to basic Western tuning stuff because it's much easier to figure out. And then that becomes that. Because they never actually took the dive to really dig into how actual anime works. Like, I can't stress enough that, like, so much of understanding, like, how anime works is just really digging into the lines. Like, the actual lines themselves. Really getting a deep understanding of why the lines are the way they are. So yeah, that's kind of like my TLDR on that. Oh shit, sorry, there's one more piece of reference I gotta pull up real quick. Because actually I'm gonna go to Sunako's Twitter because I know that there's something good on it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that helps. And then we just need one more. One more thing would be good. Okay, here we go. It's interesting that non-technical artists like Ryukishi and Zune have no technical ability but can produce such iconic designs. Yeah, Kara, we were actually talking about that another time. It's really interesting. I think a lot of it, well, okay. The one part you can't overlook is that they're stronger than you think. They're stronger than you think. Like, they have more practice under their belt than you might think. They're just drawing in the way that is absolutely easiest for them and doodliest. So there is that. You can't ignore that part. Are they super good though? Obviously not. But one thing they end up stressing a lot. I know Zune stressed it a lot. Zune thinks a lot about composition. And that's a big part of Zune's secret. He thinks about composition a lot. He wouldn't even be able to make the games if he didn't, because what he's making is harder to put together than it might look. Like to make a Toho stage look, pleasant to the eye and stuff. To make the sprites not make you want to puke and stuff is like a little bit more involved than you might think. And the main thing is that he really he stresses composition a lot. So he's constantly thinking about like what makes a picture like interesting and nice looking to at least enough of an extent to do what he's doing. And a lot of these guys wanted to be mangaka and stuff, and like especially with manga, a lot of what goes into manga is that like if you take like someone who's like notoriously not very good at drawing, like Isayama with like Shingeki no Kyojin, like you can see like he doesn't get that much better at drawing over his career, but he gets like a lot better at composition. Like the light and dark distribution is just so much nicer, and it's just nicer to look at over time, from that standpoint. So that's like a big one. That's definitely a big one, I would say, is that like composition is really important, especially lately. Like I've been, making a game has forced me to think a lot about a lot of that crap. And I really like almost underestimated like just how much goes into it at times. So yeah, I would say that's part of the magic for sure. From there, I don't know. I feel like some people are just chosen by fate to be the charming but not super skilled people, whereas others are just not, I guess. Pausing my immersion for this. Western tuning alien run. No, not that tuning. This tuning. Tuning. Cart tuning. So Western tuning techniques. Okay, so we want a big fat round face. Simple fat round face. To read as an SD character. We don't want it to look too stupid though. We don't want to... We don't want a Funko Pop vibe. We want a proper SD look. I think we will have to make the cheeks emphasize their fatness a little bit more. I'll worry about the mouth in a bit. Let's just do this for now. Let's clean up the symmetry a little bit. Let's see what Fumo was saying. I've been trying to think of what makes something otaku, and I think it has a lot to do with its relation in reference to the history of otaku. It sounds tautological to say that a work is otaku when it's part of otaku history, but I think it makes sense when you consider it like a language, a word in a language doesn't contain essential elements. that place it in the category of its language, but it becomes categorized due to its use. Yeah, well, I'd say there's two categories of things. There's things that are that type, like it's otaku through like inherent relevance and historical importance. And then there's the other side of otaku that I care a lot more about, which is that the technique side, the fact that there's a whole set of creative techniques that are distinctly otaku. Like, you'll never see like these literary techniques elsewhere. Like, you'll never see these artistic techniques elsewhere. Or if you do see them elsewhere, you'll never see them done exactly the way they're done. Or they'll have like an earlier version. Like, a lot of stuff that is like distinctly otaku in technique has like almost like prototype versions that exist in like classical stuff. I can't talk about music because I'm not super good at music, but like with literature and art, absolutely. Like, a lot of prototypal otaku stuff comes from, you know, like classical expressions of those. And then they took and, you know, because the thing is like, you know, as I say all the time, like a lot of arts plateaued or went backwards outside of otaku stuff. So to me, that's the part I care the most about. And a lot of the time when I'm talking about otakuness or not, a lot of the time that's what I'm talking about. And I find a lot of creators these days are a lot more focused on that side as well. I find that because we don't live in the more centralized otaku eras that happened in the, you know, 80s or the O's, or, you know, even I find that thinking about technique and then deriving the cultural stuff from there just tends to make so much more sense. I'm not saying something having otaku significance by association is worthless or meaningless. Like, I'm not trying to say that. Like, will Star Wars always be an important part of otaku history? Like, yes. Does it have a lot of technique stuff in common? Like, does it have a lot of technical stuff in common with otaku stuff? Not really at this point. Not much. But will it always be relevant? Like, yes, because it's embedded in history. And it can be felt to this day, you know? So there's like stuff like that. You know, artists like Sid Mead and whatnot. A lot of like sci-fi guys, sci-fi writers and stuff. Tolkien comes up a lot. Definitely relevant, you know. So I'm not trying to like discount those cases. But I do care a lot more about the technique side, basically. To me that's always going to be the more interesting, more constructive thing to talk about. Just more important in general. But I do care about both sides for sure. So that's kind of my. I guess that's my long short answer on it. On that topic. New video would have been a good opportunity to direct aspiring artists to the public. True. That is a good point. I might make the perspective one public because that's a really good one. I might make it public for a limited time and shill it in. Royerick 5, what the fuck is Coldies? Coldies are... there's a free preview about what Coldies are if you go to Howard Clips on YouTube. Type in Howard Clips Coldies, and you'll get a little bit of a quick rundown. It's basically a special way of copying that helps you retain the broad info of something more easily. That's the simplest way I can explain it. It's a way of training muscle memory so that when you draw, you don't have to think. Because thinking and drawing are not... They're not good together. They don't go well together. It's not that you don't want to think when you draw. It's just that you don't want to think any more than you have to. You do want to think when you draw, but you only want to think where you have to think. However much you're thinking extra is however much you're not reaching your full potential, to put it simply. These proportions are I'm not loving this proportion. I think it's too wide. I think the eyes are a little too wide. Let's see. I think what we need is... Okay, I think what we need is to kind of... Okay, we're getting closer. Need something a little bit more like that. And we need to make the irises a little less big. Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Yeah, something more like that. Getting warmer. How long did I spend practicing? 2 hours, and that's not too bad. Let's see. Yes, absolutely. Better to draw wrong and refine than to never start. 100%. In fact, overthinking is one of the biggest not gonna make it flags in existence. Figma or Nendroids? I guess Nendroids. Kara, I guess Nendroids. Yeah. Ryu and Zune art is very soulful. Waiting warmly for you to write the How to Draw a Manga book of all time. There will be actually some helpful, like there is like a one book that I got him. I say it like I made him do it against his will. No, he was happy. He thought the idea was a good idea. We're gonna have like a series of like books that are like these really helpful like gesture breakdown books with like different like mannequin gesture drawing like stages and stuff. Those should be really helpful because it's one of those things like for some reason a lot of people get like tripped up on gesture drawing in certain ways. Like a lot of the time like there's a lot of like it's one of those things that you think would not be like that. You would think it wouldn't be like that what's the word, like not controversial, but like You wouldn't think it'd be one of those things that would generate like too much room for deliberation, but it does actually, it does do so quite a bit. So we figured like let's make some stuff that just really like, and honestly like I'll use it. I'll use the book myself as like a warm up tool. You know, similar to how I always recommend like Hyde's He Days. Um, you know, gesture drawing videos. Like it's just going to be a generally good resource. So, like even if you don't have any questions, it's still going to be just a really good thing for that. Okay. And then we'll do some other stuff too. We got plans for other stuff too. Like I don't know what yet, but I plan on making written forms of some of the best clinics. Um, that I can fit like extra info in. It'll be searchable because it'll be like PDF form, so it'll be like you can search info now. I plan on doing like um, you know, like I can add extra info to them and shit. Show more examples too. Like I can put more like examples of shit in them and stuff. So that'll be cool. I don't know what else, but those are the big ones for now. And like I would say by next year, we'll definitively have the single best set of art learning resources for intermediates and beginners and early advanced people in existence. That's what I think. So, I mean, I'm just basing it on all the stuff that I wish I had, you know, years back. So, I think there's too much space down here. Maybe not. No. No, that's okay. I think it's just the cheek shape. I'm not loving the cheek shape. I think... I can't decide exactly what I want to do with the cheek yet. I don't know. I'm just not loving what that cheek's doing. I'll figure it out in a sec. I'll get the body and hair in and see how it fits with that. Also, the chin is just off. We'll figure it out in a sec. Because I don't want to give too... I think... Okay, this is what I think. I think in general it should just go for a little bit of a leaner impression. Like that. I think that's just better. Yeah. I think I'm liking that better. Yeah, we'll figure out the exact angles after. But let's see. Yeah, Ryu is hiding his power level for sure. Yeah, that too, Chris. Like Zune and Ryu, they're really good at knowing exactly what they want and doing that. Like that's what I say like all the time. Like one of the biggest destroyers of like art is just not knowing like what you want to come out, like not having a very clear vision of what you want. Hello, Omar TCG, Gnome Boys TCG. Do you play Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or something? Do I work a 9 to 5? No. I kind of wish I did right now though, because I'm hurting. Each and every Funko is, of course, true as fuck. Yeah, well, these ones are actually not going to be pixelated. Well, they're going to be pixelated, but they're not going to be straight to pixelated. These are actually going to be. This is a reference to make 3D, like little simple 3D models. So we can make like a Mario. So we can have like some Mario RPG style 3D models going around. Because I don't like the field sprites I have. They took too long to make too. 3D is easier to make. For that reason, I'm actually going to round off the hair locks a little bit. Because that fits better with 3D. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, you could look at it like that for sure. For sure. Because, like, I mean, like, what if... Well, I mean, one way to think about Fumo is like, okay, if the entire world just started doing everything otaku were doing, then there wouldn't be an otaku anymore because it would just be the new norm. You'd just have normalcy. You'd have an otaku normalcy. It's the fact that they're not normal, that they're not the norm, that they even have a name in the first place. Charles, the reason I'm worrying about this right now is just because like I have specific like I'm trying to make sure I don't because what I commit to with the what I end up committing to with the head shape is gonna change a lot of decisions on the body. And I'm trying to make sure I don't commit to something that I'm gonna regret after. And I'm just running through a couple different options in my head real quick. That's why we're spending this long on the face. But I promise we're about to be done with it. I promise. In fact, right now, we're about to blast the fuck off. We're about to pop the fuck off. Right now we're doing it. Okay, so I gotta think about exactly what the hair silhouette should read like because that's gonna be important. Because like obviously we want like a bit of floofiness to it because it'll help the silhouette read better. You know, and these are supposed to be kind of symbolic. Let's see. I think we need to lower this eye a bit. And this one. This eye is slightly smaller than this one. Yeah. No, I got a vision. Trust the plan. Yeah, Bobby. Let's go. We'll work me on Steam. Yes, we're gonna, unless Steam fucks us, unless some crazy blue-haired mod finds Orc problematic, it's gonna be there. Yes, create. Yep, exactly, Fuma. Yes. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, Charles. Yeah. In pixelation, there will be a, yep. It will get all, because like we'll do the 3D renders and then they'll be, like I'll go over the 3D renders and make sure that they're coming out good. What's the most otaku thing to do when your pee is clear? Fast for a month. And have an out of body experience. See true God. Yes, 2D is super important, Fumo, because so many like I could rant about that all day. I'm not even gonna get into that right now. You play Magic, I see. Oh yeah, sick. Thank you, man. I'm very proud of my Gen 1 talks because I've thought a lot about the game. Yes, my marketing does need work. My biggest recurring expenses are not that bad, honestly. Like it's just the raw basics. It's just the raw basics of living. This month was one-time expenses that killed me. The recurring expenses are not bad. Just your basic shit, like all your basic, your basic bills, basic life necessity bills. Normally they're very manageable, and normally if this was a normal month, I'd actually be very happy right now. It just was not a normal month. It was not a good month. It was a Kibishi month. Well, this month, it's funny because this month was like, this was my marketing month. This was my month where I said, all right, you know what, I'm gonna think about marketing a little bit. I'm gonna see how many people I can alert of the existence of this project of. I'm gonna try some things out on YouTube. And I feel like I learned a lot from it, to be honest. But we're still trying to course correct. I'm not loving this silhouette right now, but we'll just leave it like that for now. And just shrink it a little bit. Not that way. I can't, I in general, I just like can't stand doing, like worrying about the market stuff, but you have to, obviously, like you can't ignore it. I'm like learning to try and enjoy it. I mean, like doing shit like making a Mario analysis and having people like that and having that interest people in the game, like that's epic. Like I enjoy the shit out of that, which is why I'm going to try to lean in that direction as much as I can when it comes to stuff. And I like recording videos. Like I like saying shit on camera that I'm thinking about. I just don't like editing. I don't like responding to comments on you. Like I like responding to comments live. I don't like responding to comments in text. Stuff like that. In general, anything that can be live, I prefer doing live rather than not live. Shit. What might be problematic, Roy Rick? I have no idea. I have no idea what Steam finds problematic. Carol might try Marcy based. Thanks, Carol. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, actually, Carol, I'm gonna do a Saku Uta vid. I'm 100% gonna do a Saku Uta vid. It technically has been started, and I am gonna do it, no question. Like in the near future, like that is the next. Okay. The next video, I'm actually gonna talk about. The next video is gonna be about Toby Fox and his otaku ties, like his complex relationship with like Oda shit, and I'm gonna be talking about why that's relevant and like partly talk about like why, like where I think it stands in the, like why it was significant to Japan and shit, and how it's currently the like image of American creativity. Like Japan influenced American creativity to Japan right now, and how I want to like play into that and stuff. So believe it or not, actually on that topic, funny thing on that topic, you might think that that would end up being like maybe like the hottest and heaviest like vid yet. It's actually going to be one of the least hot. It's probably going to be one of the much less hot and heavy vids of the last couple vids. Because the thing I realized, sort of looking at the current gaming climate and shit, gaming culture climate and stuff. One of the things I realized is that there's a bit of a I don't know how to put it exactly, but there's a bit of a pushback against narrative and substance in general in games right now. And whatever my grievances with Toby might be, there is the fact that at the end of the day, he's trying to make a narrative focused game. And that alone, for the time being, kind of puts him more on my side than not. So there's going to be really low friction there for the time being. So we'll proceed like that for now, and in the future, we'll see where things take us. But yeah, for now, For now, we'll be like frenemies. Alright, I guess decide exactly how long the body is gonna be. Because I don't want to be too short, because that looks kind of silly. But it can't be too long either, because it needs to fit nicely into a... It needs to fit nicely into a sprite. Also, let's get some lines. Let's get some lines going. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Charles' team is positioned for a major rug pull one way or another sooner. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, but we'll see. We'll see. Yo, Fuzzy. Sonic CD. Yeah, Sonic CD is epic. Big fan of Sonic CD. Just stumble into a hive of wasps while I was trying to sell your vacuum. Yeah, Sonic 1 is bad. Yeah, I mean, Sonic was great with the whole... The levels always has, like, such a sense of progression. Like, Sonic 3 is amazing because, like, it really feels like you're going through a story and it doesn't even have cutscenes. Or Castle triggers the next biggest anti-Twitter culture war. I could see people politicizing the shit out of the game for no good reason, and I could see it just not. It's really hard to say. Like, there's the inherent controversy of just trying to be balls to the wall otaku and shit. And we all know that that entails, you know, some inherent controversy. Like, otaku shit will always be, you know... I mean, we've seen recent controversies with otaku shit. Like, you know, look at Channel Cast Station with, like, his Zako video and stuff. He's been at the center of a lot of controversies and stuff. It could have properties like that. It could not. It depends how big it gets and it depends how much it reaches. Depends who it reaches. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's going to be, you know, there's going to be a degree of that no matter what. But the question is, does it just stay as a, does it just stay as like a general friction thing, or does it become a bigger, actual all-out war? We can't say yet. I think... I think if it does become an all-out war, I don't think I would mind per se, because it'd be good publicity and stuff, and I think that if it was like otaku sentiment versus anti-otaku sentiment, I don't think that would be a losing battle of any kind. But I can't say it, so we'll have to see. We'll just have to see what happens. I do very much proactively want to start discourse on like, what it means to just boldly pursue an otaku, aesthetic and interest and all that. Like I mean, the idea, like the story itself I'm writing actually, deals with that in many ways itself, too. So it's not even just the context of the game being made. There's elements in the game itself, but we'll just have to see. It might end up being peaceful. It's hard to say. Okay, I think we need more leg space, to be perfectly honest. There's just not enough room for expression like that, I think. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe if we just go wider, it'll solve the problem. Kind of. Yeah, I just want a little bit more leg. I want a little more leg. Yeah, I mean, that should do it. That should do it. Well, maybe that's overboard. Maybe that'll do it. Because there needs to be a stubbiness, like a definitive stubbiness, or it just won't look great as a sprite. I think the actual body itself should also be pushed up slightly. Should be like less of a neck. Well, I don't know. To be honest, we'll see. I'll massage it a bit. See what happens. Less shoulders would probably be good. Let's see. I don't think even I realized that till you pointed out. I did notice that Marble Zone seems very intentional. Every item in its design, though, it's nuts. Yeah, no, super true, super true. Like, fuck, I forgot because I don't have the game super fresh in memory, but there's a really interesting way that the whole thing connects. Yeah, I didn't see your post yet, Fuzzy. I'll definitely check it once I'm off this. Jessica Yakuhai. Been meaning to get into drawing as of late, and your devlogs and videos definitely inspiration. Awesome to hear. Oh yeah, 3D model. Yeah, I actually started art by doing 3D stuff. Like that was like my way of kind of tiptoeing into art. And I think it's cool. Like there's a lot of advantages coming off of that. And the nice thing about getting into, normal painting and drawing is that if you know 3D, you can take it back to 3D at any time. And you can take it back to 3D. And you can do a lot of cool stuff. Like the better you get at 2D, the more you'll notice it will just like unlock new and interesting things in 3D. And I fell out of 3D pretty quickly. Like I still remember how to do the basics. Like I'll be able to do the little bit I want to do, the very simple stuff I want to do for this game with it. But just making some pre-rendered map sprites and stuff like that's within my grasp. But anything more complex and interesting with it, like actual complex renders or like a real-time 3D game or whatever, that's out of my That's out of my breath. But you'll find that the more you draw and paint, you're going to find that 3D just becomes more enjoyable every time you go back. It's like very rewarding. You'll just make snappier decisions. You'll be able to visualize better. You'll think about the silhouette of things more easily, etc. You know, like, let's say you have to set some vertexes, you know, for a shape that's like a slightly, you know, like let's just use something super simple. Like it's like a cube with like beveled edges. It's like, well, like how much beveling do I give them? And like what shape? Like even little things like that might make you pause and try to think for a little bit. The more you draw, the more you're just gonna be like, oh, I know exactly what I want, like ahead of time. Like you're not even gonna. Anyway, point is that yeah, it's very rewarding from a 3D standpoint. Head is bad shape. Okay. I missed a bunch of comments. Hold on. What does any of this do for Onyx's legacy? Onyx the Mon? Onyx sucks, I'm sorry. Onyx is not good. Onyx actually does have some niche use in Gen 1. He's the only ground and rock that can wrap. But he doesn't even get wrap. He gets the shittier version. So he's also the only wrapper that can explode, which is kind of cool. And he's one of the faster ground rocks, I think. So he's not the worst thing ever. In fact, I might play around with him a little bit at some point. Yes. Oh, yes, Roy Eric. Yes, exactly. Exactly, yes. Yeah, Fumo. Sakuta's peak. You should play it. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I love that. I love that how, like... I love that feeling of progression. Like, there's always, like... I know you're talking about Fuzzy, because there was always, like, a really... there was always a lot of the Sonic games, like the classic Sonic games, like would have like, and this is what's really cool about Adventure is that it does something really similar, but now it has like a concrete narrative to it. There's like this very tangible, deliberate progression between like what is natural and what is man-made. And it like eases in this very like specific direction to get to, you know, when you finally get to Eggman and shit. Anyway, very cool. Yeah, exactly, Kara. Yeah, we need to get Toby and Dana. Dude, Dan, I'm gonna make sure Dan fears me. Dan is gonna regret everything. Honestly, Dan has been like pushing himself into irrelevance like hard for the last like several years. Like he's been doing anything and everything to make sure that like he's as like awkward and uninteresting and irrelevant as possible for like 5 years now. So he's kind of self-owning. But despite that, I still want to own him. I'm trying to think what I should do with the side tail. Yeah, man, I guess something like this is fine. not like that. I'll figure this out a little bit better later. Yeah, I still didn't read the Kikiyama interview yet. I heard it was kind of controversial. Like it wasn't a very good interview, but I'm definitely gonna read it soon. Like I haven't caught up on the Toby Famitsu columns, but I will in the future because you know, I want to know what he's doing and thinking. I guess it goes to show how absorbed into what I'm doing I've become because normally, like, if there was a chance to get, you know, new Toby info, I would have jumped on it pretty quickly, but I guess it's just not as immediately pressing to me at the moment. Did I ever mention, like, yeah, like, I literally kind of, like, religiously followed, like, fucking Toby info since I found out about him in, like, Undertale and shit in 2017. And I even played Undertale and I got past, like, the ruins. And, like, Sans and Papyrus showed up and I just thought it was, like, the worst thing ever, so I stopped playing the game. But, like, I still cared about following Toby info. And the reason I finished the freaking game in the first place was just because I got sick of like not knowing what people were referencing while I was like following his info and shit. So I just like bit the bullet and finished it. And to be fair, that part is like pretty damn bad. Like that's definitely like the worst the game gets. And I see streamers like JP streamers and stuff quit there like all the time. That's like such a common stopping spot, like dropping point for the game. We gotta. This is wrong. Getting there. This needs more width. We're gonna need an ear. Try to keep it simple. The question is, okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll have to work on this. Okay, I better save this. The guy who got mad at me thinks I'm trying to intentionally create controversy. Yeah, it's always just gonna be controversy for sure. All good JP Twitterers love motorcycles. Coincidence? If I had to guess, I would say it's because being an illustrator is like a job you can do anywhere as long as you have a thing. So it like, and it's kind of an inherently rebellious act in the first place. So like a lot of them are probably drawn to the, you know, the freedom aspect of that. If I had to guess, that's my take. That is my take. Yeah, Mario 64 is Freemason, and Sonic 1 is Zoroastrian. Yeah, there's a schizo video. I gotta check that out, yeah. That's funny as fuck. Someone make a big Zoroastrian rant about Sonic. Onyx draw. Lead in with Onyx every time, also lose every time. I almost never encounter Onyx on ladder, to be honest. Would I ever consider a 3D art style and animation project in the future? Yeah, I want to honestly like the next project I want to use real-time 3D. I still want it to be a primarily 2D project, but I have some ways I want to utilize real-time 3D on my project after this. I want to use simple 3D to do like field movement stuff and like kind of more like a classic, kind of what you would associate more with a classic N64 game type thing. But I want to keep the 2D element like really strong and alive, so like the game would still be paced by because I think the problem when a game isn't made with a really strong 2D identity, it's because either no one on the team does that enough, or because the game itself didn't care about keeping its 2D identity really strong, which is almost always going to go hand in hand with like less deliberate like tends to go hand in hand with less strong storytelling, tends to go hand in hand with like less of like an otaku core art aesthetic, stuff like that. So there are just like a lot of associations like that, like that kind of form for a reason, because like typically if you're making like a really if you're making a very like strong, like you're making a game that like just could be a really sick anime or something, you probably want to make it as close to like a VN as it can be. So like naturally you'd prefer to let like 2D show itself and stuff. Stuff like that. So all right, the question 2 is how fat? How fat? Because they have to be like thick enough, or they don't read great as sprites. Also, how stubby should the arms be? That's the other question. Probably not that stubby. Like at least here is probably good. Okay, now I'm seeing, the face needs to be trimmed a little bit. In fact, the eyes, I think, altogether need to... Yeah, like that. This eye in general just needs to be... Alright, now we're getting there. Yeah, I hear Lisa is very good. Yeah, no, Carol, like Temmie was actually, I'm gonna talk about that in the video, but Temmie was like, she's actually one of the best. She's one of the best artists in the West, and she is like, she's very like, oh fuck, I just realized you can't see my screen the whole time. She's very like Americanized culturally, but her technique and stuff and like her aesthetic priorities are like really like, you know, they're really grounded in like if she was to do like some Toho Niji Sosaku shit, like it wouldn't be out of place at all. Um and like um she was so much of like what made that game what it was. Honestly, like I'll get into that in the video. But, like a lot of people just like don't understand quite how much, just how much she did. And yeah, it's funny because like Japan really did like. I remember like how Japan saw the game, and there is, you know, you can actually still dig up like some archives and stuff. Like to Japan, they really latched onto that aspect, and they really thought that they were seeing someone that like, oh, really like gets like Dojin culture and really is like trying to be a part of that and stuff. So it's like really funny. It's really funny how like with Deltarune, he then kind of doubles down on this more like almost like Homestuckian kind of like he kind of backpedaled from that. Like he's not really using Temmie the right way anymore. Like he doesn't use her as like the main. He's not using her as like the main like area design concept artist anymore and stuff. Like just like lots of like weird shit like that. I don't know what's going on there, but maybe we'll find out eventually. Definitely some weirdness afoot. Can hoodweaves be used as a cast class for modern otaku efforts? Hoodweaves are not real. The term I always use is like there's like honestly if you just say like shonen Twitter, that's like pretty much what people are talking about. If you just say like shonen Twitter, and yeah, it's not just a black thing. It's like yeah, exactly, Fuzzy. It's kind of like it's kind of just like a low power level anime viewer thing as a whole. Obviously, like there's Black Twitter, which has its own thing, and then Black Twitter has like essentially like it's almost like a Venn diagram. You got like this is like Black Twitter, this is like shonen Twitter, and then this is like just general like normie like shit, and then where they cross is basically like that's basically your hoodweave. Oh shit! I just realized that this is. Oh wait, no, we're fine. Yeah, it's a. I mean, it's a symptom of. It's a symptom of anime having higher reach, for sure. But it's also like. It's a lot of things at once. I mean, it's like. There's like. You know, as I talk about a lot, like stuff like jump culture and stuff has kind of, I was just kind of talking about this earlier, like jump culture and by extension like similar types of manga cultures and stuff have kind of spawned into their own like entity at this point, and like the non like serious otaku portion of otaku media and like the part that is serious and stuff have in some ways been parsing from each other like more than ever before. But at the same time, amongst consumers, the distinction has almost been like not quite lowering per se, but like being like a proud Oda consumer is less of a thing than it used to be, just because there's so much shit. There's too much stuff to like specialize in. Also, just in general, people have kind of become increasingly conscious of the distance between creators, and it's ironic because like we're closer than ever before because of social media and stuff. But at the same time, we're more distant than ever because the differences have pronounced themselves more. So yeah, it's like weird. It's a complex situation. Like kind of everything at present, it's like sometimes it walks a fine line between being just an inevitable byproduct of it walks a fine line between an inevitable byproduct of like Oda shit like growing and stuff, and an actual problem. And like the main actual problem is just like the cast of consumer that doesn't think and continues to promote the existence of crap like shonen slop that's like at this point kind of antagonistic to the larger like body of the larger creative body of effort. So yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated for sure. It's hard to just, it's not, you can't just like point fingers and blame certain people. But yeah, I mean, it's complicated, I guess. The simplest way to think about it is if you're if you're deeply invested in Oda shit and you're doing your best to be as educated on it as possible, then you're probably helping the situation. And if you're not, then you're probably not. Not entirely though, because like I said, I mean, some of it is the emergence of a more low investment normie cast is just inevitable and has positives with it. Like Scotchy has talked a lot about how he in many ways prefers the less passionate, like he prefers the absence of the like hyper outspoken, like hyper opinionated, like zealous, Oda consumer of the past, because he would always have like nothing but trouble with them. Like they would always just cause him trouble. So he's kind of like thankful about, and I totally get where he's coming from. At the same time, obviously, it's like it creates an environment where lower investment individuals are more comfortable moving in, which is not good. But it has some perks. Yeah, so it's just like Yeah, that's why it's just like it's hard. It's hard to just summarize any one simple point with any of these issues. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Okay, so when the outfit goes in, we'll have something that looks kind of like. No. We'll have something that looks kind of like that. Yeah, I mean, I think this will work. I think this will do the trick. Let's just get the body looking nice, and I think we can move on. Fuck. Let's see. Yeah, Otaku, exactly. Mad Thad. I've never heard of Mad Thad. Yeah, exactly, Nova. Oh, also referring to the general Crunchyroll user. Yeah, in that case, what I said, I guess. All falls under what I was saying, I guess. Yeah, Will knows what we're talking about. Yes, Will. There will be Monster Girls for sure. But we'll get into that a little bit later. I think there will be none in chapter 1, thinking about it. I believe there will be none in the first chapter, but we will get into some. I know for a fact I want like a plant-based one. I know I want like a fish, mermaid type based one. Possibly spider type. A lot of cliches like that. Definitely like a dragon type one. For sure. And a bat like one for sure. Like a lot of the essentials. But I want to do some clever stuff with some of them. We'll see. Black guy wearing backpack filled with trading cards. I have seen that. Yeah, exactly, Fuzzy. Limiting it to one demographic is just going to cause unnecessary conflict, exactly. Not in all an otaku was a fan of Mitsudo Moe. That's interesting. That is interesting. I call myself the N-word otaku. True. Yeah, otaku ninjas, yeah. Kurombo. Yeah, Kara, like it's the there's always like Jump tradition, like yeah, like even like at its worst, is obviously still like very different from like Ame Komi. But what is true is that it's like what is true is that it like obviously there's exceptions. Like there's exceptions in the like some stuff does run in Jump that is well written or decently written, or like in Tagashi's case, like very well written. Like he's like actually a serious writer. Which is probably why he never learns how to draw. But like generally speaking, like Jump type stuff it's that same type of like Vice economy media where it's like, and okay, well first off it's just like part of it is that, and this is what's kind of complicated about it, part of it was that it was like a gateway kind of media for a long time, and like for so many of us, like I mean especially the unks. Like obviously Dragon Ball is like a huge gateway for so many people, like obviously myself. And one of the reasons it served as like gateway shit for so long obviously was because it's just inherently more childish and stuff. It's a form of media that children can consume so much more easily. Because you don't have to think and stuff, and it corresponds to playing on like rather than using like actual storytelling, it just uses like it just plays on security. Like okay, a normal writer writes a story and says like, okay, we're going to have proper characterization, we're going to have a tonal flow here, there's going to be a theme here. A lot of what mangaka do, and this is not just to pick on Jump. Like a lot of manga falls into this because manga was not built on like manga. Serious writing is not an integral part of manga culture. Like manga culture started as just like a basic whatever, anything goes thing, and then use of like serious writing for it became a more ironic use of it. Not the difference between it and Ame Komi is that Ame Komi is aiming, it has like a refined system of sucking. Like you read Ame Komi, it's like they're finding creative ways to make it shit intentionally. Manga obviously doesn't do that. Like if manga's not good, it's just because the guy just, didn't know how to write. That's all there is to it. But what it does have in common is, that like play on Vice element. The fact that like the motivations are born from Vice. So like you go to make like the average battle slop thing, and the motivations that go into it are, wouldn't it be cool if like blank, like it's insecurity driven stuff. It's like, I want to send this type of message, I want to make this type of statement. It's not about addressing a theme, it's just about addressing like an insecurity. And that's why they never learn how to write, and that's why it is what it is. However, shit gets kind of complicated because it has a history with Oda stuff, and like especially writers of like the sort of founding generation of like the as I call it, like the otaku renaissance, the otaku literary renaissance, like the guys who really got ambitious about writing at the end of the 90s and throughout the O's and stuff. Those guys who kind of really helped take like those are the guys who really helped like create this consistent platform for serious writing in the otaku sphere. Those guys obviously all loved like Jump shit. Like they all grew up on like Battle shit and stuff. They didn't think of serious writing as integral to otaku media, and they didn't have as much of a distinction at their time between like this is manga culture, this is Jump culture, this is like serious like VN type Oda culture. Like they didn't have that distinction as strongly back then because they invented the distinction themselves. The distinction formed because of the work they did. So of course they're not going to have that distinction. So there's this weird interlocked history of all these things. And then yeah, there's even weird stuff like exceptions, like frickin' Nishio Ishin literally shows up in Jump a lot. Like he did all of Madaka boxes, and he's like a real deal serious writer. But he's like showing up in Jump of all places. It's just like weird like that. Like last gen, like that generation of writers, like they, everything was like mixed together in a very different kind of way. They had a very different perspective on things. Because they weren't desiring the Jump people of the time, like the mangakas of their time, didn't have nearly as much of a conscious idea of like we are not doing things like the proper sophisticated otaku way that has formed because it didn't even exist yet. And then on the flip side, the people of the like deep, otaku side that formed like serious storytelling, they didn't have an idea yet of like, oh yeah, we're really trying to preserve something like serious and ambitious here because, like I said, they literally invented it. So then time progresses, and now you have a situation where these things do exist and they are distinct, and now there's people who want to preserve the tradition of one side over the other. There's people who see that, like Jump has this tradition of pandering to normies and not being real writing and just existing to play on like Vice and stuff. And then they want to preserve that. And then you get the flip side. You get the serious writers who want to go against that and make sure that like serious writing keeps getting a platform and isn't being overshadowed by, Jump Slop and stuff. So it's like, but at the same time, it's very rare to find someone who like totally doesn't want to touch the Jump stuff at all. Like, it's very rare to find someone into Oda shit who's either a consumer or a creator who just never like, oh, I only consume the. No, I don't like that. I only consume the really seriously written shit. Like, it's very rare to find that. I'm kind of inherently becoming that over time just because I've had my fill. I've had my fill of Jump Slop shit. I've kind of lost tolerance for it at this point. Yeah, anyway. That's kind of my my long rant about that. We need something to balance this. That is kind of my long rant about that. Yeah, because it's much more than just Jump. It's just manga culture in general. Good writing, and especially great writing, is not the norm. It's the exception, obviously, in manga. So it just doesn't have that culture that VN's formed. And light novels to a large extent as well. The problem with light novels is that there's just so much more of them. So there's a lot more bad ones than there are, and they don't get quality controlled the same way. They don't quality filter the same way VNs do. But by and large, look up the top 100 selling best light novels of all time and then compare it to the top 100 best-selling manga of all time. The difference is staggering. Like, the difference is absolutely staggering in terms of, like, how much like good writing is being represented in light novels versus manga. It's like it's night and day. And then obviously VNs are just like a whole nother ball of wax. Like they have a very very strong obviously literary tradition. So anyway, that is my major rant about that. The big three back in the day were mainly on cable and sufficed the normie masses for a taste in anime. Left Doujin circles in peace to develop classics like Fate. Yeah, exactly. Yes, we now have in general everything just like mixes together so much more now. Yeah, it's funny, Fuzzy, because like a lot of people who get into anime now, they do like mix together with everything. They don't. It's not like before where there's like the strict like gateways and then like you start with like jump and battle stuff and then you move into like some rom-coms or something and then you finally get into some light novel stuff and then you find it's not really like that like it used to be back in the day. Everything is more, more around. Yeah, Caro's like me. Jump got you into the medium. Yep. Exactly. I mean, like some of them will have like a really like strong kind of soft spot with me. Like Naruto up till Shippuden. Like I genuinely will always love that. Like, I'll always love Naruto up to Shippuden. It's not just nostalgia. Kishimoto's editor was actually holding the fort with Naruto. I shit you not. It's a proven thing that his editor was basically writing it for him, making sure it doesn't suck until they got to the Shippuden content, and that's why there's such a sharp fall off in the writing quality once you get to Shippuden, on average. The anime made some really great episodes out of Shippuden, but like in general, like here and there, but like in general, like Shippuden's just, it's just atrocious, and it's just absolute manga slop. And it's actually because his editor wasn't propping it up, which is just hilarious. There's other super weird shit too. Like there's the flashback arc in JJK that doesn't even like fit with the rest of the story. It's like so stark, it's ridiculous, and it's so blatantly. I don't want to get sued saying this, but let's just like obviously there's no risk of that, but just but just to play along, like hypothetically speaking, there is a much if the author wrote if the author, hypothetically speaking, did not write that content, or did write that content rather, it would be like a freak occurrence equivalent to like the fucking Dream speedrunning scandal. So that should put it in perspective. It's a well-known thing that ghostwriting or semi-ghostwriting is just kind of like a pandemic in this industry. Skaji was talking about it actually recently. There's a long history of like real writers propping up the work of someone else who either gets more credit or in some cases all the credit. It's really fucked up, but it happens a lot. Like the reason, like, like Symphogear, for example, how like the last season is so much better than the other ones. And then the first season is like has chunks that are like notably better written than like a lot of other chunks. That's actually because the main writer dude, he uses a team. He uses a team of writers to help him out because he's not a real writer. And when he tries to write, he sucks. And he comes from the video game industry. Like he was the main Wild Arms dude. He comes from the video game industry, which is really notorious for using ghostwriters. And he, get this, he had bad health for the final season, so he had to like be in the hospital. So he just left it all up to his assistants, like his actual real writer, ghostwriter, Janny, his ghost Jannies. And so they made a fucking masterpiece out of it. And it's like, why were you there then? Why were you there shitting up the show the whole time when you could have just had the other people just make it good? It's insane. It's genuinely insane. Because, like, you can even feel it, too. Like, if you take, like, the second season of Symphogear, there's literally a distinct point where you can tell, like, oh, Kaneko took the helm, and now he's making it AIDS. It's the same thing with, like, Darling in the Franxx, for example. Like, they really let Hayashi cook. Hayashi's the Steins Gate guy. They really let him cook for, like, 7 episodes, and then you can tell they just, like, took it from him, and it's just like, bro, what the fuck? Just like, why is this happening? It's so fucked up. It's just such a fucked up. These industries are full of so much. Like, there's really got to be like somewhat like a drain the swamp at some point. It's such an issue. There's just so many issues. We are gonna tilt the whole freaking thing. We are gonna tilt the whole thing. Yeah, no, Berserk. Yeah, Berserk is not the peak of manga. It's like one of the best, obviously, just by default. But it's not even like the best Berserk content is by far the Golden Age, and yeah, it falls off fucked up hard after, and because he basically threw in the towel. And Kenpu Denki, the 1997 anime, really boosted that content anyway. Like, it's by far its best form in the 1997 anime. So, that just is what it is. I forgot I had sub alerts on. Thank you for the sub. But yeah, the actual peak of manga I've seen so far is by far Gochiusa. It's written like how a really, really good VN would be written, especially by the end. That's by far the most impressive thing I've seen in manga writing wise. I'm gonna have to do a whole long analysis on it because it's absolutely worth it. Yeah, so Gochiusa is by far the most impressive thing I've seen in manga. I didn't even realize it was possible for manga to get that serious level of writing until reading it. But yeah, that's the only one I can dig out and be like, oh yeah, that's like as good as Great VNs and stuff. That's like the only one I can really easily grab and be like, yeah, that would be like, that's some great VN tier shit.
What is number 2 on there?
That I've seen, I'm pretty sure it's Hunter x Hunter, yeah. It's a big fall off from Gochi, so the...
Right.
Hunter x Hunter's amazing, but like it's still like a huge fall off though.
Right.
I don't know what else is out there, but
Yeah.
But yeah, well, yeah, he came up with the Symphogear concept with another dude, kind of, and probably like with his ghost. Yeah, G was Kino until halfway. then it becomes a dumpster fire. Kara, you should just switch. You just watch the last season of Symphogear. The rest is a waste of time. The rest is just a complete waste of time. I can't stand like I get what you're saying, Kara. Like I'm not gonna tell you to stop liking Naruto. Obviously, I don't do that. I don't. If you enjoy what you enjoy, then you do you. But yeah, I had to drop Shippuden. It was just like, as far as the world building stuff, I can't even really agree with that because like, remember when they introduced elements out of nowhere? It's like, yo, Naruto, by the way, did you know that there's elements in the world and this never came up till now? It's just like, how am I supposed to take it seriously at this point? And two, like, it felt like they forgot that like that like ninjas were supposed to be like by far the minority in that world, and it felt like every country was like everything is just ninjas. Like it felt like they really lost like the entire idea of the whole thing. Like I don't know. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I think if you were to read it again or watch it again or something, I feel like you would kind of see what I'm saying. When you watch these things plays a pretty big role in how you feel about them. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's the main reason I can have like fond memories of like, you know, I don't know, just something that I would just never normally watch that was in Jump, like, you know, like Rurouni Kenshin or something. Monster. Yeah, I mean Monster's just it's just I'm trying to think of the nicest way to put it. He's known for having engaging starts to his manga. That's what a Japanese guy told me that he his main Urasawa in Japan is known as having good engaging starts to his manga. And I would agree with that. I think that's the nicest thing I can say about Monster. The start was definitely very engaging. The end was at least like something. Like it's at least like, okay, we got an idea. You know, I do remember the end because it was like I I'm trying to think how to put this as not like I was very shocked that there was a conclusion at all, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I was prepared for it to just end, basically. So that's the main reason the end stuck with me. All right. I think this will do as far as proportions. I think this will do. We're going to have to do something about the hair, but we'll figure that out later. Because it's too biased to one side. Oh yeah, Densetsu, Saikyo Densetsu, Kurosawa. Yeah, I hear that's really good. Or, you know, like good for, you know, what you know, like I've seen Kaiji, not all of it, and like for manga type stuff like that, like at least with the anime covers, is definitely like absolutely like better end for that type of stuff. It's not like it's not like, you know, you're going in for Shakespeare, but like for what it is, it's, you know, it's solid stuff. Yeah, well, it's funny because last time I was talking to someone about Monster, they mentioned all that stuff, and I'm like, bro, I don't remember any of that, like, because I was just so not, like, I was just so done with it, because it's just, like, Yeah, I loved Johan as a concept, but then like in practice, he like, you know, doesn't really do anything, and like, you know, you get these moments too where it's like, oh, Johan's gonna torch the whole library, and then it just does like the classic TV drama like time buying shit. Oh yeah, take it easy now. It does like the classic like TV drama slop like time buying shit where just nothing happens, and it's just like, okay, moving on. You know, like that classic like we just need to extend the story to extend the story. And he seems to be reveal. He seems to reveal like vulnerability before ever actually accomplishing anything, and the vulnerabilities he reveals aren't like. Okay, all right. You're getting me. You're getting me going about about how underwhelming I found Monster. I'm not gonna. Like I said, I'm not gonna rant about. I'm not gonna rant about how not good I think certain things are. I'm just gonna say, yeah. Keep enjoying it if you find it enjoying. If you find it if you find it enjoying. Is that a word? Find it enjoying?
I think enjoyable is
If you find it enjoyable, yes. If you find it enjoyable, I have no right to take that from you.
Remind me of Dude, Where's My Car? I think you're trying to say honorable.
I think you're trying to say honorable. Yeah, no, I know. That's exactly my point, though, Will. It's like he's supposed to be this stone cold thing, but, like, what does he do? And then at the end, he just gets this, like, traumatic... He has this, like, weird point of trauma. But that's, like, it. He's just this, like, dude who's, like, supposedly stone cold, but he doesn't even really do anything. And then before he even does anything, he just, like... Okay, he has this really simple trauma story, and then it just, like... Yeah, he manipulates people, but what do they do? You know what I mean? Like, where are the functional moments? Like, where's the actual development? Like, where's the point where the story, like, proves a sense of consequence and, like, things move? Like, when does it actually... Like, what's the flow of theme? What's the flow... Like, what are the arcs, and what does each arc accomplish? You know what I mean? Like, what is the... You know... If someone could write up, like, a really... epic analysis of the whole thing and like totally change my mind, you know, I'd be there in a heartbeat. But like, holy crap, I'd have to have really overlooked things because it's definitely not. That's definitely not what. That's definitely not what what good writing normally looks like. I think Cam. I think that the thing with that is that I don't even think that's its like fault. Like I think that's just the fact that like it had this reputation as like the anime you can show your parents and not be embarrassed. So that I'm not gonna fault it for that. Like that's that's just whatever. That's just a unfortunate consequence of its genre. You know. But yeah, do I respect Urasawa's writing at all? No, I definitely do not. Not without someone plopping a really sophisticated analysis on all the stuff I missed. Because yeah, I just like I would just put it in the same class as something like Death Note or something. Like it's just your basic ass drama, like water, just like water treading manga thriller, very, very average manga type thing. Yes, do that well. Yes, I will read it. I will do it. Yes, exactly, Will, yeah.
Rika Friend has a monster video. Well, unfortunately, I won't be watching it because I've never been impressed by anything he's ever said in terms of like actual like literary observations or anything. So he's more on the like philosophy side, like how do I reflect on the philosophy of this. So I definitely will not watch that. But. Well, maybe I'll watch it to reflect. Well, I don't. Every time I talk to someone and they're like, "Oh, it's just been too long since you watched Monster. You don't remember all the cool details." And I'm like, "Yeah, maybe you're right." And then I start talking about them. I'm like, "Wait, no, I'm like, it's all coming back. Like, I remember specific dialogue. I remember specific scenes. Like, there's like, I definitely didn't overlook things. And like, in general, if I'm to be perfectly honest, like, I haven't. The only reactions to things I've been surprised by revisiting stuff that I saw at a younger age is usually just stuff being like better than I was expecting, not like worse, you know? 20th Century Blues. I didn't read it, Carol. I'm never going near an Urasawa again unless someone proves to me that Monster was actually good. I will never. I'm not going near Urasawa. Like you can't pay me to read an Urasawa. Based on what I said about FMA Brotherhood, you can. Okay, well. Okay, I'm again. I'm really trying to not sound snobby or toxic. But what I can say, okay, let's put this in a positive light. Both of those things have like they at least start off with like a nice like drama hook. It probably, yeah, exactly, Fuzzy. It probably will hook you because it has like a good drama hook to it. It has good momentum to it. Like in the most basic entertainment sense, like there's a good entertainment momentum to them. And if you value that type of thing, then like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, why not? You know what I mean? It's like, it provides that. And, for me, I don't know what there is to be entertained by when it gets like too much farther in. Like, I personally found it like not only not good, but also dreadfully boring. But like, I mean, entertainment is subjective. Like, there's definitely things you could still be entertained by, I guess. Yeah, Karo knows what I mean. Karo seems to know what I mean. Fumo, that's how I was saying. Like the manga cultures, they, especially Jump, like they have moved in a direction where they are principally against the actual. They okay. Just read Bakuman. Bakuman will sum it all up for you. Bakuman is basically a documentary on like Jump culture and like manga mindset, basically. And it really reveals like the darkness of it, like the darkness of how they think. Like everything is just like surface entertainment, success in polls. They only read manga. Like they don't take the idea of storytelling seriously. They're just thinking about other manga, stuff like that. Like it's a really illuminating like thing to look at if you look at Bakuman. Okay, Will, to be fair, basic drama for anime standards. So in that regard, it's like, yeah, it's going to mog the shit out of like what you would normally think of when you think like basic drama, you know, like basic like TV junk.
Like, yeah, it's gonna mog the shit out of that. Like, I'm talking like for what I expect out of this medium when it's like doing its best. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, it's still gonna mog the crap out of so much like, raw TV junk. Like, no question. Yeah, Carol. Death Note just is. It just falls. It just falls apart. It's just it doesn't. It's just a these chat. There's like real writers have done like parodies of manga writing stuff. Like there's a parody episode of like parodying the manga writing process in Jintai. Jinryu ga, or is it wa? Jinryu wa Suitai Shimashita. Like, Tanaka Romeo wrote it. There's an episode of that parodies the manga process. There's a scene in Little Busters where they basically parody coming up with manga, and I've actually read like how to make an engaging like manga tutorial like by Shonen Jump itself, like in the magazine, because I used to buy the magazine. And I'm not kidding. Like, you'd think it was a self parody, but they literally are like, okay, manga is just about chapter to chapter, like superficial cliffhangers and like quick shock value and like basic, totally superficial like plot point intrigues that keep the reader invested for that duration of the chapter and like maybe get them cliffhangered about what's coming next. And like you'd think it's a self-parody, but like they admit it themselves. Like it's like that's their approach. So it's like, if you take that approach, like of course your manga with nothing to go off of but like a basic high concept is gonna become aimless midway through. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing to go off of. Like you can't. That's not like a sustainable method for creating stuff. It'd be like, it'd be like if I don't even know what to compare it to. I mean, it's just like it's honestly like getting in a car, flooring it, and just hoping that the car doesn't crash. I mean, that's pretty much all there is to it. Like, yeah, the first like 30 seconds are going to be awesome. You're going to be flying with the car, but then you're just going to hit a wall. It's honestly a lot like that. And that's really that's the manga problem in a nutshell. But yeah, somehow that's still enough in many cases to still mog a lot of like, other, somehow that's still enough to mog other media in many cases. But yeah, I mean, it's just writing is a skill. You can't, it's a skill, and most of these people did not hone that skill. So they honed manga stuff basically. Yeah, at its essence, it is anime storyboarding. Just a little different, just with a few differences. The more shallow entertainment you are looking for, the more places you will find it. It always leads to a dead end, though. Yes, I completely agree with that statement, Alien Run. Yeah, Fumo, you should give it at least a partial read, because hello, Scott. Thank you for dropping the like.
Yeah, Fumo. Well, it's just like what I said. I mean, just there's more of a split. There's more of a split between things, both on the creator side and on the consumer side, for sure. That's a good point, Will. Autobiographies. I think autobiographies are interesting, honestly. I tend to find them interesting because if the person's interesting, it's kind of just interesting for free. Um, However, sometimes interesting people don't have the most interesting life. So maybe it can be kind of boring for that. Usually their anecdotes are going to be interesting because they can cherry pick the most interesting shit. As far as like, okay, if you had like a really serious writer like Jun Maeda write an autobiography, would it be interesting? I honestly don't know because he'd have to, every type of. If he was to treat it like a serious story, then yeah, he would just put his normal writing skill into it. If you wrote an autobiography, I would read it because I honestly, one of the easiest ways for people to get my attention is to just write is to write something autobiographical. And say it has like some kind of hook to it. Like, oh, it's really, yeah, like you said, like it's really depressing because of blank or something. Like, I think it's just it has an easy time being inherently interesting because you're gaining inherent knowledge about like some patterns of life, you know what I mean? So it's like, even if it's not like someone just rattling off their life in a focused way tends to be inherently more interesting than someone failing at writing fiction, I guess is the simplest way to put it. And it also tends to be easily illuminating about things. Like you tend to be able to glean something from it inherently, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So that's my thought. Yeah, Scotchy's stuff got an ego for sure. That is why we love him. Yeah, I did read a few volumes of Oyasumi Punpun Fumo. It was very basic, like very very like it's just very basic manga. Like I don't know what to say like other than like it's not like wow, this is like so bad or anything. It's just, it's what you'd expect out of like basic like drama, slightly rom-com leaning. It's like anti rom-com. It's like because it's like, obviously its whole thing is that it's like it's deadpan and dark. But yeah, it's very thin. Like it's just very 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 Spinosaurus 99. Thoughts on PC 98 art? There's some super good. Like if you're talking about like how well drawn is it? Like there's some really well drawn PC 98 games, and then on the other hand, there's some like super amateur ones. But I like all of it. I think it's interesting whether it's super good or amateur. I just like the aesthetic. I think it's cool. Yeah, I like that idea, Will. That already sounds engaging. That already sounds engaging. Peak bit art, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff. It's always really cool to see because some of like the most like weird esoteric pixel art techniques came out on that console because they were doing like all this like high res. They were like trying to do like just like normal illustration, but like with pixels, and they would come up with like really clever stuff. They would come up with a lot of really really clever stuff. Yeah, I always feel bad like when the subject of like, you know, kind of like manga slop shows up, because it's always just like, it's again, it's not like move like, you know, I often talk about like Hollywood films, how I can easily just have like a vendetta against them. It's not like you could just like have a vendetta against the whole thing and be like, yeah, burn it all to the ground and shit. But like, because it also is like, on average, kind of has, there's a lot of cases with like, you know, at least something redeeming in them and stuff, which I mean, I guess it's technically true for film as well, but like in kind of a different way. But yeah, at the same time, like I can't like, you know, I'm not gonna lie, like if something's not like real writing, I'm not gonna like pretend it is, you know what I mean? It's just like, I can't talk, you can't properly like if you create an environment where you're just valuing everything equally just because there are people that also like those things, you lose the ability to properly talk about and therefore educate on like stuff that's actually like really special and like did something extremely cool, you know, and it advanced and shit and is, you know, moving culture forward and stuff. So it's just like, it's one of those things like I'm always like tiptoeing when like I'm always tiptoeing around like the manga topic and shit. So it's like, okay, yeah, I get that, you know, you got this on you know, there's this side of things, and I try not to be too stark about it, but a lot of the time too is it will like I'm not gonna lie, like a decent bit like I said, like a lot of stuff like shonen battle stuff is like formative years stuff, so like you're gonna inherently remember a lot of things like a lot more fondly for that. Like I was saying, like I was giving the example, like if I was to read like, yeah, if I was to try to read like Rurouni Kenshin now or something, like I wouldn't get past a single chapter. Yet I can have like fond memories of it and stuff, you know, like thinking of it as a, you know, just because of the time I was exposed to it and shit. There's factors like that as well that, you know, just play a really big role. Manga was made for when you're on the toilet. True. I do like ear training drills, which is, I think, the best use of my time. I don't know. Never been as passionate about manga as with anime and VNs, except for Scoo music. Yeah, I get that for sure. I have a lot of manga that I like a lot, for sure. They tend to be ones on the better written side. But there's not like a ton of them. Usually leaning more on, you know, LNs and VNs. And some, you know, sometimes games. It's just very, very hard to, you know, to seriously be into something that doesn't have some kind of strong writing core for me. It's just very difficult because there's a extreme claustrophobia that comes with like non-competent writing that I just like can't stand. You feel like you're wasting your life, basically. I think part of it is too just because growing up, like I did consume a lot of slop and shit.
and there is just like a feeling of time wasted with it that you kind of like want to recover from. You know, like the fact that I can pick out all these things that I just don't think are well written at all, that I have seen the entire thing of, you know, just kind of makes my point for you. You know what I mean? Like the fact that like I can know how much I know about like One Piece, or, you know, like I said, like Kenshin, or, you know, all these things. Like the fact that like I know about all these things, you know, it's kind of proof that I've wasted a lot of time that I could have been using, you know, reading serious writers that I have not even close to caught up with my backlog of, you know. So it's just kind of like, it's hyper claustrophobic to spend time with something that's like not, you know, that's not pushing things forward for me. I would say first and foremost because of that lost time factor. Because of that wasted time factor. Can't get over how good Amagami designs are. Yeah, they're super good. They are super good. A lot of people are very passionate about them. They're not my favorite thing, but I can appreciate how good they are. Have I ever watched Action Button reviews? I tried watching like an hour of one when I was in like Rotmax mode, and I have no respect for that guy at all. He pretended to know Japanese, and he doesn't, and he just says a lot of cringe shit. And I feel like a lot of his like bit depends on you taking him seriously. Will is gonna give me an analysis of Monster. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Now remember, I'm not saying it's got nothing. I'm not saying it's got nothing. So don't get angry at me if I say, okay, I did notice all these things, but it didn't cut it, because I'm not saying it's nothing. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it either way. But yeah, one thing I can say though is that no, like I do have a strict no Urasawa principle until like I won't rewatch anything, I won't reread anything, I won't watch anything, I won't read anything related to him until it's very clear that I should do otherwise. And honestly, I think I'm probably making the right choice with that. But either way, yeah. Either way, I'm still looking forward to it. Oh, that's the only work from him, you know. That's crazy. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I was saying about him. Yeah, like I feel like he expects you to respect him and find him interesting. Like, how can a dude going on and on and on like be that interesting if you if you think he's just an idiot, you know what I mean? Like, well, no, that can be interesting. Like, I guess there's a lot of people that do that, but I think the problem with him is he's taking himself seriously. Like, you're supposed to find the fact that he's telling you all of his life minutia, like, interesting on some level, like, unironically interesting, and it's just like, why is that interesting? Like, this is a guy who pretended he knows Japanese and doesn't, and says cringy shit constantly. Like, why do I care what this guy says about his life? Yeah, I mean, like, it's just kind of like unintuitive and weird. He's not, he's not good at anything. Except, I guess, like, ranting. So. Idiots Rise Up? No, I haven't yet, Will, actually. I will... Ningen, I assume you mean Ningen Shikaku. I think that's how it's usually, translated. I will definitely read it at some point, though, for sure. Because it's just such, it's like the, like, famous book, it's like the famous, Japanese book. I'll have to read it at some point. Oh, yeah, they're like summer. Yeah, I didn't even get far enough to see that that's what he was doing, Karo. Like, I tried watching one of them, and he just kept talking about his life, and I was like, I don't care about this dude. No, very little Fumo. I tried reading a little. I've seen a little bit. Like, I've read a little bit. I actually did read. I read. Was it Hashiru Melos or whatever? The short story. I think Dezai wrote that. That was like a good short story. I've done a little bit of, just because it's so famous, Wagahai wa Neko de Aru. Hashire Melos. Wagahai wa Neko de Aru. Just because that one's so famous. So Seki. I didn't read all of it, but I read a couple of them. That was really good too. I read a little bit of the Mishima. I saw some of his nonfiction. That his nonfiction was actually pretty epic. His fiction wasn't so hot when I read of it. Did not feel good. Did not feel good to me. I'll give it a second chance at some point, but. John, I feel like a lot of people really admire Japanese media, including me, and have a passion for an eye for the stuff, but feel like it's important to not become obsessed with it, unless it's going to be all you're ever going to do. Yeah. Well, it's extremely consuming. It's extremely consuming. That's why most people who become creators have to give up everything for it. So I can say that much, like, it is very consuming. If you want to really give it what it's worth, you're probably going to make a lot of sacrifices in other parts of your life for it. That, of course, has nothing to do with me because I'm not interested in anything else. So it's just a given. For me, it's just a given that, like, it's going to be all I think about. So I guess that's my answer to that. I mean, I literally just never cared about it. There was no point in my life where I cared about anything else other than, like, Oda Media and Oda Media adjacent stuff. Like, even like, hanging out with friends and stuff, like, they'd bore me in, like, 2 seconds. And I'd want to just, I'd want to just go back to thinking about, like, Oda shit. So it's just that type of thing. You have to just be, like, naturally inclined to accepting that that's all you care about, I guess. If you don't want to see huge chunks of your time consumed by it for, I don't know, you have better things to be doing, like going out to bars on happy hour or something. I don't know. I don't know what you would do with your free time, but whatever it is.
Oh yeah. I've been meaning to do that, Caro. I've been meaning to watch it because of because of Subahebe for sure. I will at some point. No, I've actually been out of crypto for a really long time. Well, just because you know, it's just not really on the menu right now. I can't be like risking stuff while I'm trying to. But yeah, that is sick that DL site is using it for that. I did buy one thing on DL site. It was this super cheap game. It cost like $2. That had really cool art. I normally don't like those RPG Maker Aerogay because they tend to have like, you know, talk about thin writing. They tend to have extremely thin writing. Even the one that's like known as the story one, like Demon's Roots, has very thin writing. For normal standards. Like it would be like, you know, it'd be like okay. It'd be like fine for I guess like manga standards, but it's really not like it's not at all what you'd expect out of a VN. And that's like the trophy one. That's like the one where the story is like the point. And but yeah, this one's art was just so good I couldn't pass it up. So like it wasn't that it was just so technically good. Like, I just liked it so much. So I bought it. I played it for like 15 minutes, and I didn't care anymore. I will finish it at some point, though. It had Noah in the title. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember what it was called. I just really, really like the art, so... Let's see. Yeah, Black. I tried Black Souls. I got out in 5 minutes. I'm sorry. It seemed fine. Like there's nothing wrong with it, but like, there's nothing wrong with it, but like, all I need, like I said, I open something up and I go like, oh, this isn't like a normal. I'm not in for like a normal VN type experience. I'm kind of just like out. Like I just was like not in the mood for it. Like I'm sure it's a good game, but I just wasn't in the mood for it. I'll check it out at some point because I know it's like, you know, it's like a big deal in the Dojin circle. I should definitely check it out at some point. But Fuzzy knows what I'm talking about. Interesting question from Will. I'll answer it in 2 seconds. I've read Umineko. I've read Muramasa. I did not read Fat Morgan yet. Yeah, Muramasa's EOP core now. That sucks. That sucks. Oh, the sequel game. Yeah, I think I've heard about those too. There's a couple ones that are like really popular. I'll definitely have to play. I'm not playing through Demon's Roots. Like I gave it like 2 hours and I'm like, This could just be One Piece. Like, I might as well read One Piece at this point. Like, I don't need an RPG Maker game to give me like a One Piece type story. Like, I don't need that. I have better things to be doing. Black Souls, though, for sure. I could do Black Souls. I see JB in the corner. When do we see your Emacs config? Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't have any of his typing skills. Yes, that's true, John. You need experience to know what you like. Fortunately, I know what I like very well. But not everyone does. Let's see. Yeah, Yumeniki was RPG Maker. Yumeniki's really cool for sure. It's a very different, it's just a, very different type of thing. It's just like a, it's like a dream simulator thing, which is kind of its own beast. I really like the Kaitei Shujin stuff. At least I did like Mogeko Castle. Wasn't the best thing in the world. It's kind of boring at times, but like it was cool. Like I appreciated what it did. Like Mogeko, the art is just Kaitei Shujin's art is just super freaking good. It's very unique. So like, those are interesting. Enough for me. I don't know if I'm like in a rush to play another Kaitei Shujin or anything, but they're interesting enough, I guess. Sequel Colony. I'm gonna have to check that out for sure. I will check it out. Oh, yeah, LB. I'll have to check out as well for sure. Yeah, John, that's true. Most iconic projects are helmed by someone with a lot of good ideas who's not particularly skilled on your own. Yeah, I think in business that has a lot of advantages, honestly. I think I was actually just kind of talking about that the other day. Like, a lot of people who are really good at shit don't like... They typically want to distance themselves from, like, having to deal with the stuff that, like, like a businessman would have to do. They don't like that. Like, they don't... So, like, when you get a dude that's, like, willing to do all that stuff, like, they're mad valuable. So, like, yeah, like you said, like, yeah, like a Steve Jobs type. Like, those people are really, really valuable because they're willing to do the jobs that the specialists and stuff just don't want to do. And they're willing to, take the responsibility of the image of the thing into their own hands, stuff like that. People tend to value having people like that a lot. So I think that's why that happens a lot. Just because it's, it's just kind of a naturally valuable thing. It has issues though. Like in many cases, it can be like a huge issue when it becomes a barrier to the thing actually being done right. That's when it becomes a problem. But when it's not doing that, when it's just like, when it's just helping people do things right, then that's always like a really good thing. So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about that a lot lately, because I've been thinking about how much I just like holy fuck, I don't like marketing. I don't like, I don't like any of these things. So like if it was up to me, I would just like work until the game's done and, stream art and, call it a day. So yeah, for sure. Do you have Plant? Oh, what do I have Plant? It's this like 6-hour ZTS compilation. Like if you just type in like ZTS music compilation, ZTS. It's just a compilation of his stuff. Fuzzy, you read a chapter monster. Yeah, I mean it's like you know, it's just like a thriller genre thing, yeah. It's like I said, I mean it's just very, very basic. It keeps like a good momentum for a little bit. One Shot, yeah, I did play some of One Shot Karo. It did hold my interest a little bit, but not like, I guess apparently not enough. Yeah, I mean there's a basic. That's what I'm saying. Like there is like a basic theme to the story. There's a basic idea there, but like. The issue is just, you know, like it has themes and motifs, absolutely. It's just like, do they get full exploration? Do they turn into stuff? Do they do what they're supposed to do in a normal story? That's the issue. I mean, that's the thing a lot of people really don't get. And that's another issue. It becomes like difficult to sometimes talk to people about these things because it's like for a lot of people it's almost like there's this idea that like, oh, if something is not impressive, it's because there's like nothing there at all. But that'd be like, you know, and then it's like, oh, look, here's some ideas that are in the story. Like, you can take anything, and, you know, you can take anything that's not, like, blatantly fucked, you know, that has some degree of a thing, and, like, yeah, these people don't know nothing. Like, obviously, like, Urasawa knows the basics of the basics. He wouldn't be able to make what he's making otherwise. You know, you want to see, like, what real amateur shit looks like you can find real amateur shit. There's a difference between that and, you know, what I'm talking about. But the problem is it becomes, like, it's like, okay, if you were to take me drawing and someone in the anime industry was to take me and be like, this guy's not that good at drawing. You know what I mean? Like, what he means by that is, like, the standard for being good in that industry is retardedly high. And because it's so high, people like me don't even really show up on any sort of major radar. Like, if you want to be, like, even remotely stand out in any way. And that's the tricky part about talking about writing. It's like, okay, it's not that this thing is nothing. It's just that, like, in the time this thing accomplishes one thing, the serious writer did 100 or did 200 or in some cases did 1,000 things. You know, it's just like it becomes like an exponential difference when you stretch it over time. That's the tricky part. Okay, this shouldn't be so far out. This should go in there. I've seen Cross Ange yet. No. I actually forgot what it even is. I totally forgot. Let me look it up real quick. Sunrise Mech Anime. Should I? Anytime soon? I think most of like the Sunrise productions throughout the tens I didn't end up seeing. I'll definitely note to check it out though, for sure. Let's see. That guy was like, he doesn't release builds of his game. It's like, why would you want first impressions to be bad? Maybe that's like a typical indie. Yeah, it's funny because like, that's something I've been thinking about. Like, oh, what should be the first thing you let people, you know? What I decided is that like, anytime you put something out, it needs to fulfill the mission of the project. Like, okay, if the mission of the project, like, let's say, for example, a mission of the project is to have, like, you know... Alright, well, let's just put it this way. Would you let people play around with Mario if his jumping is still totally missing all the most important aspects of the jumping? Like, obviously not. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like you want to, you know, you want to make sure that there's a purpose, you know, because you're just wasting people's times otherwise. Like, you know, time is finite and people don't, you know. By putting something in someone's hands, you're telling them, like, this is worth your time. There's like, obviously you can't be a perfectionist about anything. As JB said, once you get serious about shit, you inherently can't be a perfectionist. I think he took that a little too much to heart when making his games, but at any rate, yeah, it's completely true. So you just, you know, you gotta just let the pieces go where they want to go as far as, like, if you can just tell, like, okay, this is the point of the project, you'll know when, you know, you'll know when that's there enough. You know, that's when it's time. I know that really passionate people kind of sacrifice everything about their life to dedicate themselves, but do they really have to be that extreme? In some cases, yeah. I mean, what are you missing out on? You know, I mean, it's just like, You know, you have a finite life. What are you holding it on to it for? What are you saving for? Yeah, that is true. Some people are passionate about soulless things. Yeah, trains are cool though. I could see, you know, anything that's like anything that is anything that's like impressive and deep, you know what I mean? Like anything that had like work, like serious work put into it and like, you know, has a fundamental depth to it, I would say is fair game. Is fair game for an obsession because, you know, you're actually chewing on something. I don't personally care about trains much, but I can see why other people are. There's a lot to think about with them. Cuphead. I mean, it looked really good. It looked very good. Should work on a Soldier Boy console, yeah. That would probably. I feel like he'd sell more doing that than, you know, just for the meme.
What do you mean, JV?
Yeah, JB. Yeah. But yeah, Cuphead was really impressive. Like they basically made like a whole, like, you know, studio polished like animated movie within that game. Like it's basically, I'm pretty sure it's as much animation as would go into like a whole like feature length film. So that's kind of crazy. I don't think I would want to play it just because. I mean, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Like playing as a Cuphead doesn't really appeal to me, but I'm not like crazy about that genre in the first place. And if I'm gonna play it, I'd probably just, you know, pick up Mega Man X again or something more, you know, like a Toho Mega Man clone or something. But it looked like a really good game at any rate. Let's see, how are we doing? Push. Yeah, I think we're getting there. I mean, this thing doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, it's not like the drawing itself is super important. I mean, it's important that it will inform me what to do with the 3D, but it doesn't have to be the most beautiful thing ever. The side tail is too far forward. Oh shit, what am I doing? Wait, what? Oh, that's ear, I see. Yeah, I can't talk about the gameplay because I haven't seen enough of the level designs. Yeah, I just don't like I don't find the idea of a Cuphead appealing as a shooter. Like he doesn't look cool. You know, like he's not like he doesn't look like what he does. Like he's like a cup, right? But like he shoots out of his hand. You know, he shoots out of his hand, and like I just don't get that. Like I don't get why they did that. Like a Cuphead, you would expect him to like shoot, I don't know, like dunk liquid out of his head or something, which also doesn't sound fun, but at least it'll like match what he looks like he does. And so it kind of like that aspect just like doesn't appeal to me. Like a huge part of why like Mega Man, you know, Rockman and shit is so appealing is just because the characters are really cool and fun. Like Rockman is just an inherently appealing character, especially the Rockman X version and the Rockman Dash version. I just like don't like the idea of playing as a character that's not fun to move. Like that's that's. I think you get what I mean. Yeah, Pizza Time was like the thing about Pizza Time was that, or Pizza Time, Pizza Time. Oh, thank you. Who said that? Thank you, Fumo. The thing about Pizza Tower is that the colors freaking bother me. The colors seriously bother me. I actually can't look at them without getting a like a really severe nausea response. It's not mental, it's physical. I cannot look at it. Like it makes me barf. So I can't have an opinion on Pizza Tower because other than it makes me barf. Like I'm sorry, they should have just made a color scheme that doesn't make me barf. So that's my review. It's my Pizza Time review. Yeah, the Rick and Morty effect, Caro. Yeah. Yes, that's true, Will. Mickey Mouse does not do mouse things. However, he looks agile. Mice are agile. Mickey Mouse looks agile, and he often is agile. So you can at least give him that. Whereas the Cup Man looks like the type of character that would get stuck. He looks like the type of character that would fall over and not be able to get back up. And also the fact that he has a cup for a head is kind of disturbing. It makes him feel insecure and vulnerable. Like his brains could spill out of his head. If it leaned into that as a gimmick, like, oh, he's Cuphead and his brains keep spilling out of his head, then it would make him like ironically appealing because of the vulnerability, I guess. This is just me. This is just my this is just my thought when it comes to playing as a video game character. Clearly, a lot of people did not have an issue with playing as Cuphead, so. I think the thing with games is I'm very picky with games because I wasted so much time on them as a kid. I'm pretty much like the pickiest dude in the world with when it comes to video games. Like one time people were saying like, oh, you should try Factorio. You know, you should try Factorio because it might give you ideas for like gameplay systems and like what's fun to
you know, like Rotmax game features and stuff. I'm not kidding. I booted it up, and I got to like the first major menu, and it started throwing all these options at me, and I didn't like the like. I didn't like the I didn't like the game like feel. Like I didn't like the way it just like threw me in this really like oddly specific corner. Like it didn't feel inviting. And I tried clicking some shit and I couldn't find the thing that like made the game like the key gameplay loop start. And I just stopped playing instantly. I was like, guys, I can't play this. I'm never playing this. And of course people made fun of me, but I'm sorry, I can't play it. That's why I joke that yeah, Carol. At least pizza time has food. Yeah. That's why I joke oh, in Castle, if you don't touch the controller, I'm gonna put in a feature where you'll just walk where you have to walk automatically. Because everyone trolls me and says like I don't like playing games, and I just want games to play themselves. Because because I've become so impatient with games now. I just can't help it. That's what happens when you know. That's what happens when you burn like, I don't know, 30,000 hours on them growing up when you should have been, doing your coldies, you know? It's just like you gain an almost like animosity toward anything that feels like it's wasting your time, basically. Digimon World. That's the PS1 one. That's the PS1 series, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That is Digimon World, right? That's not Digimon like Land or anything. Yes. I played a lot of 1, a little bit of 2, and a little bit of 3, and I liked all of them. 1, though, I particularly love. 1 is one of my favorite games ever. You wouldn't think it because I forgot what it was fucking called, but I love the first Digimon World. It's super, super sick. I really like games with a tense timer to them. I really like Moon Remix RPG, kind of a cuck game, but I like that game a lot because of it. The original Pikmin, Digimon World. I really like how that timer makes things. Half minute here. Yusha Sanju. I really like all those games a lot because I feel like the timer just adds so much to them. Funny story about Yusha Sanju. There's a mode in the game called Mao mode. And it's literally Vampire Survivors is literally Yusha Sanju without the timer. And I remember as a fucking 14-year-old or 15-year-old or whatever I was playing Yusha Sanju and saying if you removed the timer from this game, you would ruin it, but you would make the most addictive piece of shit ever. And when Vampire Survivors dropped, I was like, "Oh my god. Someone did it. Someone finally did it." I couldn't believe it. Someone finally removed the timer from Half Minute Hero. Things Howard has in common with DSP. Impatience with games, yeah. I'm the type of dude that like when I eventually have enough time to play games on stream, I'm probably gonna be the type where like people will like make clips of me, um, to like gang up on me and like troll me with. That's unironically the type I am. So, no, I mean honestly, like I'm a pretty good like when it comes to playing games. Like I'm honestly pretty good about it. Like I'm good at figuring out what you need to do. I'm good at like process of elimination. Like, okay, here are my tools. Let me try everything. Like I don't get like stuck. Like in fact, it's the opposite. I get extremely angry and annoyed when I see people getting stuck in games. And like my brother's like that. Like he would always get stuck, and I would get furious about it. So I'm not like that type, but like in general, yeah. Otherwise, though, yeah, I'm very prone to like. One of my favorite clips ever is that clip of John Blow playing Celeste and saying, and throwing his controller and saying, "I don't want to play this. It's stressful, and what it's asking me to do is not that interesting, and I'm not having fun with the controls." That's like one of my favorite clips ever because it's so funny and it perfectly encapsulates how I feel when I try a game that I don't fuck with. Like I find that string of words to be like one of the funniest things like anyone has ever said. Like it's stressful and what it's it's stressful and what it's asking me to do is not that interesting. It's like genuinely one of the funniest things anyone's ever said. Panda, wow, so crazy someone mentioned Digimon World. I'm working on a fan game now. Wow. Like a mod or just like a... Well, you don't have to give me details if you don't want, but that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting to me. I went hard on Minecraft factions. I've never touched Minecraft once. Ever. Because it's just like... I was like out of gaming as it was blowing up, basically. So, and like I had already grown out of like infinite possibility, like sandbox type games. Like I quit those like before I quit gaming like regularly as a whole. So by the time Minecraft was a thing, I was like extra not, I was like extra not gonna go near it. I never even saw the point anyway. Like, I see the point for streamers. Like, when, VTuber groups play it and stuff, like, obviously that's the point. Like, their personality comes out and stuff. It's also a way you can, like, virtually interact with people sometimes. So it kind of has some of that MMO quality to it. So, I mean, maybe that answers my own question. But otherwise, I just, like, I don't see the point. How not to play Toho. I'm actually not sure what Will's referring to. I never got into Minecraft. Yeah. Yeah, there is a mountain of sandbox games for sure. I'm surprised with how many of them exist, I'm surprised they even, like still get made. I'm always surprised they even still get made. Life is like a video game. Diablo top down, similar to... Oh, interesting. I've never seen 4. But I'll have to check. I've never given Digimon the time that I was actually like interested in the series. Like I've never spent enough time with. I never felt like I spent enough time with Digimon as a series.
And maybe one day I would like to do that. Oh, yeah. Minecraft has developer art. Yes, but they never replace. Exactly, yeah. That's what's funny about it. Like, the user kind of has to make their own art. Notch used to post on 4chan. What were his posts like? What were Notch's posts like? Were they just like updates or? I never actually found out what his posts were like. I do remember hearing that he would use it. I always forget how many little details are on this fucking outfit. Can be a little bit annoying to model some of these, but well, not really. I mean, it should be right. It's not like the model has to be like that nice anyway. I mean, it just has to do the trick. It doesn't have to be a masterpiece. And then it's just the there's the buttons running down the center, and there's also the second belt. Oh my god, there's so much shit. Yeah, because like I'm not trying to like toot my own horn here or anything, but one of the reasons I spent so much time stressing the designs on Castle was just because like I wanted them to look like what they do enough, like, and to produce a feeling like it would be fun to make this person do things type thing. I mean, it's also just the fact that I was low in design experience. That's kind of the bigger issue, but that aside, I did want it to really feel like, oh, it looks, you know, making this character do things is intuitive. I think Miyamoto has a quote about that, about the importance of that. Have the character look good doing their, you know, look good doing their thing, whatever their thing is. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah. From what I understand, Caro, old DSP clips were called "How Not." Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. Honestly, for Toho, I feel like I would do a little better because I feel like I'm an okay bullet heller. Like I'm okay. But yeah, probably a lot of other cases. Yeah, Caro, it's really funny because like the only time I ever played an MMO, there's only 2 times I ever played an MMO. All right, three times. There's 3 times I played an MMO. I downloaded MapleStory, like every millennial did, and I raxed it for like 2 days. WoW was on free trial in like 2006. I tried the free trial. I didn't really enjoy it. And then FF14, first week, I played it. And I played it for a whole week. And the game was so fucking confusing to me. And I didn't get what the fuck was going on. And that was that. I stopped playing it.
especially because it was expensive. Like you have to pay a lot of money every month. I just had it like a free. It came with like a free trial, so I just kind of played it till the free trial ran out. And the thing that finally eventually occurred to me was like, oh, these are first and foremost like social chat rooms. Like these are less games, more. It's like if Discord had gameplay, basically. And you know, I don't know. Like who knows? Maybe if it was FF14, I was playing it like after they made the game like supposedly good. You know, maybe I would have gotten addicted. I don't know, but WoW was supposedly good, and I didn't enjoy that either. So I don't know. I think it's just not my thing. I mean, WoW also looks putrid. That doesn't help. WoW has that really tacky art style that I cannot stand. But yeah, otherwise, yeah. I think if anything, it was a miracle that I even lasted a week playing OG FF14. So just not my thing. Like, cause the idea of the main appeal of like social interaction to me is that I can do something else and like blog about what I'm doing. And I can see other people just sort of like blogging thoughts. Like, if I'm actually concentrated on some kind of gameplay thing, and like we are actively tuned into a thing, like people become extremely annoying and extremely boring really, really fast. For me. So that's the main reason I could never get into them. Oh, that reminds me, I watched the as far as like a good Rotmax vid, I watched that video about like why everyone hates pirate software now. That was one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. I always hated that guy. I knew about that guy since ages back. I never liked him. And I noticed for the longest time too, like, how come every time you click on his stream where he says he's working on his game, he's actually just doing something else? I was like waiting for someone to actually call him out for that. I'm uni student, but pretty much neat, and probably will be one when I'm finished. That sucks, Ocean. I assume you're referencing how bad the job market is. Because, yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Caro. Yeah, it is mainly girls playing it. Yeah, and I heard it's heavy on the story, which is, like, weird. And I heard it's actually, like, kind of interesting, but I don't know. In my dark moments, I still consider quitting my job and school and using my savings to pay okay until it runs out. Yeah, no, I feel you, man. Random question, but have you watched Sakurai's YouTube channel? Yes. Yes, I have seen a lot of those. Not like... I don't know if I've seen all of them, but yeah, he says some really interesting stuff in some of those. Like, sometimes he gives, like, inside... you know... insight and stuff, you know, stuff like that. Really interesting stuff.
The first English image board predating 4chan was a fan site dedicated to Man Fei. Oh, yes! Yes, I remember that, dude. I didn't know that was the first image board, though. That's insane. I remember that dude, though. His pictures were, like, very hard to avoid on the early internet. That's insane. That's insane. Thank you, Panda. Thank you, Panda. Yeah, meeting people through houses for free. Moving into the woods. Yeah. Just don't do anything that you'll regret. Don't do anything you'll regret later. There's a slight imbalance to the body. It's not the worst thing ever. But what I'm going to have to do is take all this. I'm going to have to do that. And then I'm going to have to take this, move it down a little bit. Then this is just kind of this area is a little bit weird. I'll worry about that after. I guess we'll get the. Well, first of all, this is over too much. This needs to be. There's too much shit to worry about. This needs to be more like that. Okay, can we do this? Then we do that. Fuck. Okay, alright. I think we got a grasp on that. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Whatever. Let's move on. Alright, now it's the cape and legs. It's truly ancient. Yeah, no, I'm Unk. I'm Unk. Do I use any alt chants? No, I I would use 8chan sometimes when it was a thing. And every blue moon, I check the Shardy just because the Shardy makes me laugh. But in general, though, no, I try to stay away from image boards and stuff as much as possible. But Otaku don't make money; they make power. Yeah, exactly. Hoshino. Yes, Saito's 3-month drawing method is very peak, but it's also... I wouldn't recommend doing it unless you feel comfortable enough. It won't produce results unless your basics are down enough. And it's also... You need to be a NEET to do it. And you also... need to have serious mental and physical endurance. You need to have serious mental and physical endurance. When I found out about that, I was like, here, Cliff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kara, yeah. I feel like I've outgrown Chan culture. Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of have to at some point, because, like... Have you preemptively bought your tickets to JP? No. Sadly. Sadly. Oh, I didn't know A-Chan had an AGDG. No, I didn't know about it. I didn't know about that. Oh, holy shit. Will, I added the site to the Lane web ring in an attempt to... That's sick. I wonder if that did anything. Oh, no shit. I don't remember that. That's crazy, though. That's sick. Thank you for that. They're twisted. I would imagine. I would imagine. Yeah, I feel you, Fuzzy. Well, it's funny because, like, it's definitely a thing that builds up with time, Fuzzy. But at the same time, like, not for, like, free, like, I feel like the main reason I have good mental endurance is because I went through so many cases where I forced myself to keep going with things even when I felt like really fucked up. You know, like if I'm just like exhausted or feeling unconfident or like just any negative feeling you can imagine. I don't even remember what type of negative feelings I used to feel. I find that the more you work through those, like the more you do something you are working towards while experiencing a negative emotions, you eventually just stop. Like you eventually just stop experiencing negative emotions altogether. And then you gain like a crap ton of endurance. Part of it though is just getting better at what you're doing. So I can't like guarantee what I'm saying is actually like more important than just getting better at what you're doing. I honestly don't know. I feel like it's a mix of both. It's hard to say. But I do know that like
stress doesn't like barely even exist for me anymore. For one, like it just affects so little at this point. Like I've been saying for like months now, like, oh my god, I'm so cooked. I need a month off. I need a month off. But like there's yet to be a day where I wake up and I like actually need a month off. So it's just like I don't know. Whereas like when I was younger, for example, I would hit periods that I would just like crash and burn. And you know, I don't know, like play Yu-Gi-Oh for like 2 weeks straight or something, you know, like. So I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure what builds endurance. I don't really know. Blame the NHK, yeah. I blame them for a lot of things too. Yeah, that can be good for some people, John. I don't know how I feel about growing up having friends. Like I feel like all they did was just like hold me back, honestly. I was always like a more like, I don't know, delinquent troublemaker type though, so maybe that's why, I don't know. It's not like it's not like, oh, you should have hung with a better crowd though, because it's like there wasn't a better crowd. Like in fact, I would hang out with types like that because they tended to actually kind of be better people than the other people. So I don't even know. I think you just get a bad role sometimes. Sometimes you just grow up where there's no one who's going to be a good influence on you. Like, honestly, I wouldn't name almost anyone in my life in person to be a particularly good influence. The closest thing I had to a teacher growing up, like an actual life teacher, my parents made me do like, you know, so-called karate classes, you know, like karate. It's not like it's like fake westernized shit. It's basically a glorified gym class. It's basically like a harder gym class. And the main dude who ran the business was like really transparent about like business stuff all the time. Like he would just like vent to us. You know, we were like 8 years old and like 9 and whatever. And he would just like vent to us about business shit and like what he's thinking about and stuff. And he would constantly scream at us just to kind of like let his stress out and stuff. And like, that was like the closest thing I had to like a person that actually had like somewhat of a positive influence, mostly in just that he got me thinking about like, okay, business is a thing and it's a thing you have to think about and shit. But yeah, it was really Katz. Katz was like by far the best influence on me as a person. And obviously I didn't know him, you know, in person. It was just someone from the internet. So wait, did I have the? Yeah, I have the seam backwards. A lot of people say that. Like, a lot of people I find agree with me. Like, a lot of people feel like friends held them back. And they wish they just never had them. Especially, too, because, like, growing distant from formative friends, at least for me, has created, like, a little bit of sadness that just, like, never goes away. And that's just, like, unwanted baggage, you know? Like, why do I have to be sad about people that, like, never did anything for me? You know what I mean? It's just, like, stupid. But you can't help it. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely luck-based. Fumo, yeah. Yeah, that happens a lot, Hoshi, now, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, Fuzzy. I really don't know. I really would like to know the science of it, but yeah, no breaks allowed. Yeah.
Fucking lost track.
Yeah, exactly, Caro. Exactly, Caro. Sad but true. Sad but true. Yeah, Fumo, I never grew up with otaku friends. Like there wasn't when I was growing up too, there wasn't even a this is kind of more unk shit, but like when I was growing up, there wasn't even really much of an idea of even being a weeb yet. Like I was sort of like the original like weeb in my entire like quite populated district. It was just like you're a generic nerd or you're not a nerd. And like the nerd types, like I did not fuck with at all. Like I didn't like them at all. And even if they liked anime, like it was like in this really weird way that like was extremely like disrespectful to the whole thing, and I just didn't like them. And like even when it came to otaku shit, I would just connect to like non-otaku on the topic of otaku shit even more than like the other like nerds and shit. And so I just was like that's what I think that's like one of the other things that like kind of sucked. So yeah, I don't know. I like it's really hard to say like, oh, had I grown up and there was like someone who was like just as much into like weeb shit as I was, like would there have been a connection? I don't know. It's hard to say. Very hard to say. I would try to be the dance on to my friends Digibro, but they never became interested. I would have like one or two friends acquaintances at a time, and every time they would get bored with me, we'd grow. Yeah, I feel you, Will. It's just like I don't know. I honestly feel like that's just for the best. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that shit holds you back. I just do. Like I've yet to meet someone who had friends that like propelled them to like greatness. But I have met no end of people who had friends hold them back and be regrets. Like almost always. Like almost always. That's just how I like feel like I've seen things. Every blue moon, yeah, every blue moon you'll be like, oh my god, this dude got the SSR out of the friend gacha, and he actually had like a good friend that actually like good shit happened with that friend. But like by far the most like significant in terms of like goals, like goal oriented, like like people who you can like actually connect to on like a purpose level, like always online. It's always been online for me. Never in person. And I it's really funny too, because I used to be like growing up, I literally had like an aversion to any and all social interaction on the internet. Like for some reason I was like normally like by nature in person, I was like basically I don't know if you could categorize me into like the stupid like extrovert or introvert thing. Like if I had to pick one, it would be extrovert, but like on the internet, growing up, I would straight up like I had internet exclusive social anxiety basically. And
it's funny because I actually regret that because I regret not like doing something about that sooner, because like I could have like found people who were like into like, oh, like drawing or coding or something, you know, and it could have like propelled me to like get more serious about that shit sooner and stuff, you know what I mean, like stuff like that. Like, so I feel like your best interactions, I've heard a lot of people in Japan say the same thing, like, oh, their best interactions are always on the internet and stuff. Like, that's always just like if you're goal oriented, it's always going to be the internet, basically. Unless you just like totally got the luck of the draw. Let's see. What about Woda? He did not have social anxiety on the internet, and he used to troll a lot, and he used to tell me a lot. Maybe he's why I developed social anxiety towards the internet, because he only showed me the worst side of it. Yeah. Well, you did the karate stuff too. They're a little cultish. Yup, I know what you're talking about. Yup. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. Funny as fuck. Yeah, discourse for crewing. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Cam. No, I can't relax, especially because maybe if I had a huge financial buffer, I could relax. If anyone wants to pay for a vacation for me, don't hesitate. But no, honestly, I don't care about anything other than getting this game done. Well, no, I care about two things. I care about getting this game done, and I care about people playing it, which are unfortunately two different things. But I do care about both. Yeah, Alien Run. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't like the concept either, Fumo. I think it's cringe. I think it's a cringe concept. Oh, Will, yeah, what was he like as a person? Yeah, like I mean, we've always like shared a huge amount of like interests and stuff. Like, um, it's hard to describe like exactly. It's hard to describe exactly, but like we kind of just always took for granted that like from a pretty young age, like, oh, if you're gonna, like, if one of us ends up taking like creative pursuits seriously, then like we both would. So there was always like that kind of layer to things. I mean, we're quite different as people, as you can probably tell, but like, there was always that concept of like, you know, we should probably, you know, keep each other informed on things to some degree. Like, if one of us like learns about something, we would usually kind of tell the other. That kind of thing. I mean, I guess not that different from how it is now, except when we were young, like obviously we were like really not focused and shit. It takes a while to get like very focused in life and shit. If you don't have like a mentor or anything. So I guess that's how I would describe it. I'm trying to think what to do with the link. Yo, Carol. Based as fuck. Carol the goat. He sent a message, but that was too small for me to read. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the message. Go close. Thank you, Carol. You as well. I gotta update the Kanyo's e-bag counter now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it big time. A lot of people have been insanely fucking helpful this month, and I am very thankful to all of them, and last month as well. I mean, every month people have been helpful. It's just that, like, Will has done some particularly epic stuff recently, and a couple other people have as well. Okay. Oh, I was talking about, like, you know, getting bored with people IRL. People IRL not being able to hold your interest. That's what I was responding to. Where can you meet other otaku on the internet? For me, it was just getting lucky with DJT. I joined DJT at a time when it was, like, just in a good state, and I met a lot of really cool people. Doing, like, tubing stuff, like YouTubing stuff, and trying to make the game and stuff, was the other way in which I ended up meeting a lot of cool people. I also was known for debating Digibro for a period. And I met some cool people through that. Like, I was known for disagreeing with him on things before he went insane. And I met some cool people through that. So I guess I don't have any conventional... I don't have any conventional advice other than that. Wait, did QW say... I feel like QW said something really funny. Yeah, business because she concords. Yes. Yes, QW. Arlindo says, who did you hang with? If you were asking me that, I honestly am not sure what you're talking about in terms of point in time. But yeah. As of being like 15 years old when I decided what I wanted to do in life, I pretty much mostly cut out IRL social interaction. I have a few very close friends that I will, you know, go quite a amount of time without talking to and then meet up with again. Woda is my brother, and he helps me with art a lot, basically. That'd be the main way you would know him, is some of the art in the game is him. Like, any art in the game that looks notably better than the other art in the game is him. So, yeah, that one, Alien Run. Yeah. Yeah, John, I honestly don't know, like, where I stand with that, because, like, one of my best friends who I was able to keep, like, a long-running friendship to this day with, I like him specifically because I can shut off my mind around him. He's like a stress relief. He's got, like, he's kind of like a very childish person. Like, he's not childish in that, like, he works a pretty good job and is reasonably book smart and shit, but like otherwise it's just like silly and shit. And like if you ever play Saku Uta, you'll know what I'm talking about. At the end of Saku Uta, there's a character that like perfectly encapsulates what I'm talking about. And it's just like I feel like it's just like valuable to have at least like one friend where you can just like shut your mind off. And that's like the whole point of the friend is that you just shut your mind off. I don't know. Maybe that's just because I'm constantly under stress. Because doing creative shit is just all pain all day. But like, for me, I find that valuable. I don't know. Maybe other people don't. I'm just joking when I say creative shit is all pain all day. I don't think it's actually that painful. I would much rather be doing this than making a lot of money doing a job I hate. I mean, drawing especially. I really like drawing. Drawing when the stakes are high is a little bit painful because you want it to be good and shit, but I'm really enjoying writing in Japanese too, even though it's not the easiest thing in the world. I'm really enjoying that process. Writing's not very painful to me anymore, like it used to be, because I can easily produce what I want to produce now, especially writing in Japanese. So like, a lot of people will talk about how painful writing is, and I used to really agree with that, but I don't agree as much these days. I find that it shakes up my emotional state quite a bit. Like, I'll be more emotionally volatile when writing more, heavier stuff. It's just, it's like acting. I mean, it's you can't help but have it affect you a little bit, but yeah, otherwise, I greatly enjoy what I'm doing. I mean, I thought about stopping and just getting a job like many times, but every single time I have like a Shinji moment or whatever throughout my life, every single time I've had like I'm done, I can't do it anymore. It just, you just come back, and that's when you know you're meant to be doing what you're doing. When you just immediately come back. Howard supports Ukraine. No, I am an apolitical entity. I don't care about anything except otaku. I'm sorry. I don't unsupport anyone. I don't support anyone. I just support Japan because that's where the otaku are, and I support otaku. Just getting better at it, Alien Run. The better you get, the more it's going to become enjoyable. Also switching to Japanese. Japanese is so much better. Japanese is so much better than English in every possible way. Every single possible way I can think of, it's better. There's not one way in which English is better. Other than the fact that I know it better. But if it was up to me, I wouldn't. So. Fuzzy never had a moment and thought about quitting. That's crazy, to be honest. That is admirable. I don't know. There's a better word for it. Yeah, well,
that kind of debating. Guess what? I did see a chunk of Ari Furuta much later, and I was it was enough to whatchamacallit, vindicate. It was enough to vindicate it was enough to vindicate everything I said. So that's the thing, like I have such like a good fucking well, it's not like I said anything that was that important that even relied on having seen it, to be honest. But even if I did, I've been so good with I'm always so good at like knowing what to expect out of things in general. Like I have such a strong media nose. It's so rare that like something surprises me one way or another. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. If something is like really, really advanced, it will often surprise me. Like I didn't go into like a lot of things that are like insane. I didn't go into knowing that they were going to be like insane. That much I can say. But anyway, yeah, writing vulgar things in Japanese and music. Yes, that's definitely normal because it doesn't have curse words. Like you can't curse in Japanese. Like you can only be extremely rude. Like cursing in English is like you're summoning the devil. Like you're summoning evil forces. It's almost like inherently occultic in a sense, or at least Christian. Whereas you can't do that in Japanese. You can only express extreme disdain or be vulgar. So it just like naturally makes naturally makes you do that. I mean, it just like they have the same brainworm. It's just a thing. It's just like you need an outlet for that shit. Monster is better than Ari Furuta. I don't know, man. I don't know. If you can prove that, I will be all ears, though. I'm always down for a good analysis. I am always down for a good analysis. I don't have a super strong thought about Ari Furuta except for the fact that like I just remember it being like I remember it being at a very basic there's like a thing I call like the readable Naro average. It's like the readable Naro average. That's where I would put it. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I mean it's just an onslaught of like edgy dude being chuny and shit. But see, that's the magic thing about writing, and I tell this to people all the time. Like, it's not the genre that matters. It's not the tropes that matter. It's just like someone can write one piece of character dialogue in it. That can, in many cases, be the difference. It's just like, oh, what's that one? You know, like just from one sentence. Like, are there all the things that go into like a thing being good, like rhythm, characterization, you know, mood, all those things, like some kind of focus? Is that there or is that like not there? And then when you string two sentences together, it's like, okay, now that's like two chances to see the difference. And it's like three. It doesn't even have to get into like, it doesn't even have to get into the tropes or the ideas or anything. Like it just doesn't, it's really just like a hard skill. I mean, it's the same way with like art. Like, you take people who are super good at art, like, you can have two people draw,
and like they just do like one stroke, like they can just do like one stroke or whatever. The difference between, you can usually tell who's better than who in one stroke. That's usually all it takes. Yeah, you won't catch me watching J dramas either, Fumo, except how you don't know. Yeah, exactly. No, John. The problem with the JP stuff is that, yeah, like normal stuff is slop like anything else. But the thing is that like within the Otis sphere, it's just a fact that like everything is like, it's like, I mean, we were just saying that like you take even like we were just saying, like the standards are just so shifted. Like you even take stuff that's like manga and stuff like that. We were saying like, oh, manga underperforms a lot. It underperforms in proportion to like the higher standard that Oda Media sets. It's like, it's not like it's just like, oh, it's, you know, it's not the equivalent of, it's not the equivalent of just like anything else. Like you just turn on American TV and just see what you get. There's just a huge difference. It's just, but yeah, if you're talking about like, oh, you turn on some drama slop or whatever, you turn on your live action drama slop. Yeah, most of it's going to be pretty much the same wherever you are. You know, there's not like a huge difference. I thought he was acting. I wasn't even thinking about the acting. Like, it's just like, who cares at that point? It's just like zany. It's just zany shit, and you care about the real person they're representing. In general, live action acting anyway is just such a boring concept to me. Like, there's so little that goes into it compared to like being a seiyu. All right, I'm gonna do something evil. Do something a little evil. I'm gonna take this and we're just gonna flip it. I didn't watch Avatar, but like there was a period where it was like a craze. Like I did like live through people my age being into it and telling me it was anime and therefore I should like it. And that made me really angry. That's all I know about Avatar. I will not give it a chance though, I'm sorry. I don't think you're suggesting I should, but like, if anyone else is, I just won't give it a chance. I'm not going to. Like, there's no reason to. Like, I know for a fact it's just like, it was popular because it's not anime type thing. You know, I can tell these things, and it's just like, yeah, no, I don't need to spend my time with that. So the JT dub is, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Like I can't imagine it's like an effort job. On top of it too, like there wouldn't even be like a serious voice director for it, you know, because it's like one of the reasons they can even get the higher performances out of them is because there's the whole culture of like everyone coming together. There's like the hands-on director, all that crap, and if you don't have that, but you know, and they probably didn't like it. They probably didn't even, you know, they probably thought it was annoying that this thing is like competing with anime. It's really insane that literally every single relevant anime person for the following 20-year span was in the same class.
Yeah, well, that school was like mad. That was like the place to go for, if I remember correctly, that was like the place to go for. That was like the place to go for like arts shit or whatever. Like it's just it was like a tradition that you go there and then you drop out and whatever. I don't know what a lot of the like actual like best animators and shit were doing though. I feel like a lot of them just went straight into the industry, didn't bother with any of that shit. I bet some of them did, but I bet a lot of them didn't. Good night, Fuzzy. Oh yeah. So like yeah. I heard people don't like the sequels and all that stuff. But yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like even if it's like pretty good for what it is, like I just don't care. It's just like oh I don't why do I need that when I have a huge stack of stuff that why do I need that when I have a huge stack of stuff that's not, Korean art, and I know is going to be more interesting and better and all that stuff. There's kind of like a home field advantage type mentality that I really don't like, that a lot of people recommended Avatar to me on. It's like, yo, you got to check this thing out because it's not Japanese, but it's like, I guess by some metric, like good enough to be kind of related, I guess. I don't know. It's just like, it's like, okay, what do you mean? I thought the whole point is that I want things done that specific way. I don't want things kind of done that way, but sort of whatever, like that's like what I never got. Like I never got like people having that like home field advantage. Like something's not more appealing to me because it's like, I guess like less foreign or whatever. It's debatable whether Avatar even is. It's like, because I mean it's mostly like a Korean plus. I guess it's like slightly American. I don't know.
It's almost completely Korean.
Drawn, it's completely Korean.
Yeah,
right?
drawn.
But what about like the writing? Was it like a Chinese American or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably
yeah, the writers were all American. Yeah.
That's what I was.
Yeah, exactly. Will, like from that perspective, it's interesting for sure. But like, I think the issue is that like if that was like the start of like an actual motion, I would have been really interested. But as I was saying, like everything that was like a thing of Japanese influence in the West was always so like one-off, and like you quickly realize that there's no like momentum to them. Like, when's the next like Katawa Shoujo happening? You know what I mean? Like, well, there never is another Katawa Shoujo. It's just, it was a one-off. And that's kind of like my point. Like, that's why like I quickly stopped seeing these things as like events or caring about them, because I quickly started realizing like they don't go anywhere. Like the only reason I was even willing to go through DDLC, for example, was just because I was ensured it was really short. I was ensured it was really short, which it was, that it had a really bad jump scare, which it did, and that it was like blowing up
to like unforeseen levels, which it also was doing. And that was like the only time that was the only reason I took the time out for that. And even then, like I quickly realized like, oh, it doesn't like actually mean any. It doesn't actually like, you know, this isn't a sign of anything good. This is actually just a sign of bad things. Although that, it's kind of ironic because like it was a good thing at making people who actually read VNs angry. So it kind of started some discussion in that regard. So I guess there was some merit to that. But yeah, that's basically the main thing that made me like stop caring about instances like that. Like, yeah, I mean, I think you get the point. There's like no end of things similar cases I could talk about, but.
It's not even a VN parody, John. It's a nebulous parody of a concept of like a weird outsider's concept of what a VN is like. He literally didn't play any VNs. He has no idea what they're like. And it didn't parody anything in them. It's just raw nonsense. Someone wrote a really good article about it once. Of the whole like parody of a thing that doesn't exist concept. Yes, exactly, Fuma. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, John, you know what I mean, yeah. Hardest thing about being creative is being able to recognize what good art looks like, but being unable to replicate it. Yeah, I mean that's the cycle. That's the artist cycle, as they call it. Like the fact that your hand is below your eye. You know, your actual ability is below what your actual ability to create is below what your body can act. Wait, what did I say? Yeah, is below what your eye can perceive. And that just gets worse with time. That doesn't get better. There is a point where you eventually catch up if you take things seriously enough. But it takes a very, very, very long time. Well, actually, I think it never catches up because I think even the absolute best people ever who are like perfect are still thinking about like optimizations and stuff they can't do yet but want to be able to do. They're still thinking like, oh, I could go a little faster if I did it like this, or, you know, I wouldn't have to redo this if I, you know, just like a little bit more precise here or something right out of the gate, or if I was just like a little more clever, I'd think of this solution a little bit fast, you know, stuff like that. So they have like little optimizations that they're reaching for that they've yet to actually actualize until, you know, a little bit more time passes. So that's why they say like you're never like in the like confidence graph, like it's something like this, like you like peak here or some shit, like
you like peak here, and this is being like intermediate. And then like you go like way down. And then like a grand this is confidence. And then like a grand master, an absolute grand master would only be like, I don't know, maybe a little higher. Like here. So like the absolute grand master is less confident than the intermediate because because he has too good of a sense of what's possible.
I thought it was the confidence is just not as high as the manic Dunning-Kruger dude.
Yeah, the manic Dunning-Kruger is the intermediate on a high.
Oh, okay.
The manic intermediate.
My image of the manic Dunning-Kruger is the like you don't even touch anything. You don't.
Oh, okay, yeah, it could be
like
that
you're
too.
planning to, you know.
That could be it, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it depends.
What was it? I think in that study when they surveyed people, they asked people like shit, like if you were to fight this dude, what do you think would happen, type shit.
Yeah.
So like people that don't touch a thing.
Oh,
like,
true,
like,
yeah.
Oh, I'd fuck that dude up, you know.
True, yeah.
But yeah, whatever.
True.
That makes more sense. Yeah.
To some extent, I always feel some attachment to characters I remember from childhood. Yeah, it's funny because, like, I don't... It's weird because, like, I'm honestly almost, like, the reverse with that. Like, sometimes my brother gets, like, angry for me about this, like, because, like, he knows what you're talking about. But, like, I almost find it's refreshing to utterly, like, de-install nostalgia for things if they like weren't worthwhile. Like I find that incredibly like freeing. Like, oh, here's some piece of shit movie that I feel nostalgia for, or even just like an okay one that I would normally never be interested in. Like, no, I'm the one who pissed him off. I'm the one who pissed him off. Like, if I see some like shitty, like if I remember some shitty movie that I have nostalgia for, I prefer to uninstall the nostalgia, you know, stuff like that. Or like, you know, like I was saying too, like, you know, stuff like yeah, like I'm saying, like I was saying, like stuff I would normally never have like exposure to that I have like no use for. Like I almost find it refreshing to just lose that natural attachment you would normally have with it on the personal level. I find it basically refreshing to just discard that altogether. But, you know, obviously most people are not like that. I think the problem is that I'm always trying to like, I don't know. I'm trying to achieve like a mu state of mind, you know, like like mu the kanji. Fuck, I don't remember how to write this kanji, but it's something like this. It means like emptiness, you know? It's like an empty frame of mind. It's like the reverse of Zen. I'm always trying to reach like an empty state of mind. So if I notice like nostalgia that I don't care about, like I try to discard it. I try to become disillusioned with nostalgia for things I wouldn't naturally care about. It's a little extreme. I'm well aware it's a little bit extreme. I've had fights with my brother about it sometimes. But yeah, I just prefer doing that. Yeah, no, I feel you, Will. I feel you. I would have zero judgment. I unironically would not judge you for that. I am telling the 100% truth. So much Gen Z nonsense comes from them externalizing their nostalgia onto objects. Yeah, millennials did start that for sure. I think that shit's really cringe, honestly. But like, no, I mean, I think it's fine in some avenues. It just depends. Depends where it goes, where it, you know. Like if it's like, yeah, if it's like interest in a piece of media that actually has something, you know, at least anything worthwhile thinking about with it, then, you know, that's fine. But like when it goes too far, it becomes like, it almost becomes like people's lives. Like it becomes like a fashion that can be like a whole lifestyle. Externalized nostalgia. Yeah, I don't. That's not what I had in mind. I had in mind like social media posting type like culture stuff. I mean, if it's just like revisiting shit, whatever, that's just like normal. Like everyone does that. CRTs actually have a lot of practical thing. Like old video games never feel or look right except on CRTs. So that's actually probably the worst example you could have come up with. But I do know what you mean though. Fancy OLEDs. I don't know. I was like slow to upgrade from a CRT, so I don't know, like, I honestly don't know much about, like, digital TVs. OELD gets completely murdered by modern use if it's not high end. Oh, I see. Well, like it gets like a burn-in? I honestly don't know what my monitors even are. Burns them in no time, wow. Oh, I see, yeah. That sucks. I don't even know what type of monitor I'm using. It's a Cintiq, so I think it's like, what is that, like LED? LED crystal? Yeah. IPs, I see. Type of LED, gotcha. I mean, you can see my my fluency in hardware. I'm just really fucking dumb with hardware. It's not that I find it uninteresting. I just like I find it like, what am I gonna buy a bunch of shit and like learn about? You know, am I like, it's hard to have like hands-on experience with it. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Whereas like, oh, you want to learn something about like software or whatever, you can just try shit. You know, you can just see. That's why I never end up learning about how any of the shit I'm using works. Even though I probably should. Okay, we gotta figure out what to do with the cape in terms of. I think what we'll do is we'll just have it go over the arm. But we'll keep an X-ray. Keep an X-ray of it like that. Yeah, I mean, it should be fine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've never messed around with OCR. I don't know like how good it is these days or not, but this dub was good though. And then they always name something you can tell from their age they consumed at the age of 6. Yeah. Guess the one time that's actually true. It's ball. And the reason it's ball is because Toriyama's writing is like the worst thing ever. So just their stupid like dub fanfic, even though it's atrocious, inherently injects more intrigue than what ball naturally has. So that's your one exception. I don't know if you'd call it good, but is it inherently better than the original? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the voices are better, the seiyus are better than the original, but in terms of like as an experience, that's your one exception. Faulkner's music was also just like more hype than the Kikuchi soundtrack. Yeah, Bebop's the really big one. Especially because Bebop is like one of those like, oh, safe. It's like a safe watch, so you want it to be like less Japanese. It's like embarrassing. You don't want to be reminded that it's Japanese. It's embarrassing. Yeah, no, I know, Fumo, exactly. It's just like, it's amazing seeing the like era that gets like irrationally glorified just move up 10 years every so often. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's accelerating, exactly. I think recently we've been getting tens nostalgia. It's like, bruh, we're about to have 20s nostalgia while we're still in it. Gen Z and Gen A are more accustomed to consuming old media compared to... I wonder if that's true. Yeah, I wonder. Yes, the old dubs would substitute the OST. Yeah, and that's another spot where Ball won. Ball breaks all the rules. But yeah, otherwise 100%. And that's not really two Balls credit on the, that's not two Balls dubs credit. Fuzzy went to sleep, so I can diss ball. I can freely diss ball. I'm not kidding when I say I really don't like. I don't even like giving my accurate, like my best attempt at an accurate assessment of things when I'm in the room with someone that likes the thing. I really don't like doing it, but at the same time, like I've forced myself to do it because I can't I think it's just good for everyone anyway, because it's like, okay, if you really like the thing, then like I was just saying with Will, like you can tell me things about it, and even no matter what the result is, like everyone involved is going to grow smarter, is going to become smarter for it. So everyone wins. Everyone wins in the end. Ball is kind of the tricky one though, because it's like, okay, I really don't need to hear someone's ball analysis. Like, there's just nothing to ball. Like, I get the reasons you can like ball. I inherently liked ball for certain aspects. It even has some like non-Toriyama content that's like kind of just straightforwardly like good at times, or at least like solid to some extent. So there are like reasons to there's absolutely reasons to like ball. Like Saikyo no Michi is just like a straight up really good movie. That's just a straight up good movie. It's not like, obviously it's nothing amazing, but it's definitely like a legitimately good movie. Like whenever it gets ripped out of Toriyama's hands, like there was always like something, there was always something happening. But yeah, ball is like my big exception. It's just like, nah, don't tell me about ball. I don't need to hear about ball. I know enough about ball. I know all the reasons you could like ball. I don't need to be told more reasons. I don't want to think about ball any more than I've had to up to this point in life. Yeah, that's the best Will's analysis right there is the best ball analysis I've ever seen. Unironically. Windows XP was only ever good with the NT theme. What is the NT theme? Stop calling it ball. DBZ backshot parodies. I never heard that. Mm-hmm. Very recently, I noticed threads on G calling Windows XP the most soulful, most beautiful OS. It's become the Windows XP has become the like face of O's nostalgia, I guess. Yeah, it's weird alien run, yes, for sure. Yeah, the Frutiger arrow thing, yeah. Is some kind of Lovecraftian AI beast, yeah, exactly. I strongly feel that a lot of passionate people who only ever do what they're passionate about. John, I think you're passionate about passionate people. I think that's what your passion is. You've convinced me that that's your passion. Oh, NT replaced DOS. Okay, I see. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that at all. Smile, smile. I think when I see NT, I think people have trained me to see that as neurotypical. Just like one of those cursed terms. Claiming maximum passion. Yes, exactly. John's calling out the maximum passion claimers. John claimed maximum passion about maximum passion. Alright, I think this will do it. We'll just like put this right here. Get this a little bit of an x-ray thing. Alright, I think this will do it. I think... How long did this take? This took kind of fucking long. Please don't be that long. Alright, that's not that bad. 5 hours. Well, no, that was 4 hours. That was 4 hours. Alright, let's do this side now. I think we can just rip out the side and the back now. Well, the back I could rip out in like 2 seconds now. Because, like, check out how easy it is to do the back. You fucking duplicate this. You move it over. Erase. Ah, shit, I need to extend this. Oh, crap. Okay, you extend this shit, and then, yeah. You can literally just edit the... You can just edit what was there. And then you get a free... You get a free reverse. This is the back of the head now. It's that easy. I gotta think about how's this gonna work? How's this work again? Something like that. Holy shit, I did not know that Steve Jobs hated video games, but that sounds like a very Steve Jobs thing to do. Later on, Steve told John to reschedule his wedding so John can attend a meeting. Holy shit. That's so fucking funny. That is hilarious. Oh my god. It's kind of based, I'm not gonna lie. Because video games are kind of evil. So I don't know. I don't know where I stand with that. I think having it as I have two dogs in me. One of them thinks that was cringe, but one of them thinks that was based. I think Steve Jobs is just insanely funny in general. Dude was like kind of utterly unhinged. You need like, if you want to succeed in business, you need at least like some
You need some of that chutzpah. Yeah, exactly, Fumo. That's a certified Howard moment. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it was probably not based reasoning. It was probably not like concern for people's time or anything. The main. Yeah, no, Fumo. I know exactly what you're talking about, Fumo. It annoyed me. It annoyed me for a while, as well. I'm just so used to it now. I don't really care as much. And like I've come to see that there are like some like in proper, like if you channel it properly, there are like constructive outlets for nostalgia. So I'm like pretty patient about it. Especially in Japan. Like Japan seems to know how to channel nostalgia like in a much more constructive way. Probably because they don't have a culture of like always having to pit things against other things. Although sometimes things do get pitted against other things inherently, so I mean it's hard to say. But yeah, at any rate, I know exactly what you're talking about. Recroaked. High K. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Are you planning on hiring a Japanese person to do the music? Yes. BGs we're fine. We're already good with BGs. We got some BGs in the work. There's going to be two types of BGs, high Ks. We got the actual field map where you're walking around. Those are just going to be kind of inspired by Mario RPG's look, 3D render stuff. That's why I'm making a basis for a 3D character right now. So those were good. As far as the ADV scenes, like those are where the characters are talking and you're getting basically we're getting like the VN scenes. Those we already got a bunch of and they're looking really nice. I collabed with my brother to get them to look really good. So those are good. But music, yeah, I have people in mind. I have some people in mind that I want to get. Just talking about Filthy Frank. Yeah, it's impossible to be into games and just have like a wholesome relationship with them because they're not it's not a wholesome medium. It's a troubled medium with lots of pros and cons. Sometimes much more cons than pros. We're all not going to make it, yes. That's completely true. Until Castle drops and changes everything. Then we'll all make it. Worst thing to hear from someone is shit like just let people enjoy things. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make me angry, but I mean, usually it's said in a context where the person saying it doesn't have a lot of momentum on their side anyway, so I mean, if anything, it's usually
Usually it's in the context of someone wanting to enjoy, like, I don't know. I saw it a lot with that, like, crappy Spider-Man game that crappy AAA Spider-Man game and stuff, and like, that's not gonna make me angry. That just makes me kind of feel bad for whoever is desperately trying to enjoy their, you know, modern gaming slop. It's definitely not gonna make me angry, but I do feel bad for sure. I definitely feel sorry for the person who is so desperate for enjoyment and, you know, whatever, that they have to not only choose something like that to enjoy, but they have to argue with other people about it. That's usually not like, I don't know. I wouldn't get angry at that. It's just, yeah, it's just a sad common composition that we see.
Yes, definitely Ura croaked. I do have some people who are really good in mind that I know are open to freelance and stuff. Some names. I don't wanna name names yet because I don't want to get anyone like excited, like, oh, so and so is gonna show up on Castle. But like, I do have some names in mind that I know are potentially grabbable. So. What's weird is that even in the lore of Filthy Frank, there's like some interesting things, like guys in what is that, Lycra outfits with god powers to go around. look at Rice. Yeah, I honestly found him. I always found him kind of amusing. Maybe because I just didn't spend that much time with him, but I honestly always thought he was like, at the very least, ironically funny and sometimes straightforwardly funny. But I was never like a regular watcher of him. But yeah, that just makes it like funnier that you can tell he's like locking in for some of that lore. Like, it's just like unironically, like, I think that's what made him funny, was like the fact that like he's clearly really concerned with like being a normie, but at the same time, he's got like a side that's just like unapologetically like dorky as shit. I think that was like what was fueling him being funny. Perhaps, I don't know. Like he felt like he was like it felt like an amount of self-consciousness went into everything he did. And I at least find that really funny. Okay. All right, sick. I mean, we are blasting out this back view, so. Next would just be the side. The side's gonna be a little bit more involved, but shouldn't be too bad. I can't really visualize I think I need to
Shit. Fuck. I can't visualize the back easily with the outfit on. I think I can't easily visualize where the collarbones should be going. Okay, in my reference drawing, I have it so that the collarbones end like that, which I think makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think this makes sense. I think that's fine. Probably. Probably. Yeah, I think that's fine. Guess. This should probably flatten out a little bit. So a lot of things on the back get like kind of flatter because the back doesn't have the back has obviously, you know, a very different type of curvature than the front. Causes a lot of stuff to kind of flatten out. Having a Japanese person do the music could be symbolic for the baton. Yeah, we will definitely try to get. I got some names. We'll try to. I got plans. Hold on, my leg is like falling asleep. Yeah, we should get Dai, yeah. Man, imagine if we got Dai, that would be fucking... That would be insane. Probably impossible. I will look into it, though. I will look into it. People should be able to enjoy things, but it's very rare to hear someone say that in good faith. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, like... That's what I'm saying, like... As I was just saying earlier, like... You know... I think, like... Like, what does that idea even mean? Like... If I... am enjoying something that, like, if I'm okay, let's just start with a really basic example. If I'm enjoying a Kusoge, like a game with really shit gameplay that's poorly made, which I do a lot, I don't lose faith in Castle based on what I'm saying. This has nothing to do with this has nothing to do with how I'm gonna make Castle, okay? But I like Kusoge a lot. In fact, sometimes I like bad game design more than good game design. Good game design. Does knowing that the thing is like poorly coded or just like poorly made or like poorly thought out, does that make me feel like I need to stop liking it? Like, no. Why? I don't understand. Like, why? What's the logic there? Like, why would that make me have to stop enjoying it? So that's like a really basic example. That's just like video games. But you can apply that to other shit. Like, okay, if we have like a drawing that is like flawed or you know, let's just say is not particularly amazing. Like, it's just like, you know, it's just like a okay or pretty good drawing. Like, do I feel like I have, like, let's say it's one of my favorite drawings ever. Do I feel inclined to have to like it less knowing that it's worse? Like, no, not at all. And in fact, one of my favorite artists ever was this old weird. I'm not going to get into him because his lore goes kind of hard. We're going to save that for another time. My brother knows what I'm talking about. His lore goes kind of hard, but like, we'll talk about him another time. But like, you know, like, does knowing that this guy's not like the best guy around, like, does that bother me? Does that make me like his art less? Like, no, obviously not. So that's where I don't get like the idea of like, yo, let me enjoy my shit. It's like, what do you mean? Who's stopping you, dude? That's what I don't get. And I think it goes back to like a weird. I think it goes back to like a really weird cultural glitch or something. I don't know.
I feel like it's one of the reasons like Japan is able to have more responsible nostalgism, because they're less prone to that cultural glitch. It's not like they don't have it; they definitely have it, but just not as bad, for sure. So. Get Asanagi on the scene. Yeah, that'd be sick. I mean, I would take anyone really fucking good at drawing to be an assistant. I don't even care. You mentioned a video. No, it wasn't a video, John. I'm sorry. It was an article. It was an article. I'm sorry. It's not Rotmax. It's not Rotmaxable. You'd have to actually proactively read it. But if you just type in DDLC, like parody of thing that doesn't exist or something, you'll probably get it. I'm sorry. Thoughts on the Dog Niba manga? I've never heard of that. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. If you gain enough power, your internet spheres will interlap. Your internet field. What occurs when then they do? Matt, Joey, and Doe. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have a big battle royale. We're gonna have a big epic. Honestly, I've been thinking for the longest time how, like, is there a way where I could, like, is there a way where I could, like, take over, like, the Trash Taste podcast and, like, get it to be, like, my podcast now and, like, make it, like, into, like, Good Taste? I've been thinking about shit like that lately. Demon phobia, no, or demonophobia? Demenophobia? I'm gonna look that up right now. Oh, so this is recent. This looks very homemade, very soulfully homemade. It didn't. Holy shit! It didn't sell at all. What the fuck? Unless I'm looking at the wrong one. Give me a quick rundown on this. Unless I'm looking at the wrong thing. I think I'm looking at the wrong thing. I think I'm looking at a spin-off or something. Give me the quick rundown on this. This looks like a freeware game you'd expect from like a really long time ago. It's kind of got a... I kind of, I mean, speaking about nostalgia, kind of fuck with it a little bit. It's got this, it's like triggering my early O's nostalgia in this weird way. Or maybe it is from that period, I don't know. Oh, it is old. Okay, no wonder it triggered my nostalgia. Yeah, interesting. Is there anything else to note about it? But I mean, its existence is very interesting to me. But 2008. That's a little later than I would have expected, but that still makes sense. Yes, exactly, Fumo. Just because something is flawed doesn't mean it's bad. I tell myself that every time I do something I'm not good at. I mean, unironically, you have to. Like, if you're doing something you're not amazing at, if you want to keep sanity, you have to tell yourself that, like, there's value in it. Or you'll just stop doing it. Like, you can't draw while thinking your drawings have no value. At least in my opinion. I kind of cheat with that a little bit. In that one of the things I use to justify the value of my art is saying, well, I have a story I'm really confident in that this goes to, so it's therefore more valuable than if someone else drew the exact same thing. But you know, whatever it takes, like you need to, you know, you need to somehow see what you're doing as meaningful, or you will just stop doing it. Oh, it's pot. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Well, maybe I'll have to try it one day because as I've said, I'm kind of into that type of thing, so I think I'm gonna have to check it out at some point. So well, you'll be able to see from the game how much, you know, how much I like that kind of shit. So Castle itself will show you. Okay, the one hair strand needs to do that. Frick. Okay. Shit. I'm trying to think. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, that'll work. I think she should have. I think she needs to have 2 buttons down. Oh fuck! I can't remember. Did I? Shit. My bad. I gotta dig up. I gotta dig up a piece of reference that may or may not even exist. Doesn't even exist. Yeah, I actually don't remember if I even. Hold on, I gotta scroll through my. Scroll through my Discord backlog with my brother real quick. I'm not screen sharing right now, right? Yeah, okay, good. I gotta check. I'm looking for if I drew a certain back view for Yuri. I honestly can't remember if I even did or not. Genuinely can't remember if I did. Because I feel like I made a decision about it that I don't remember. No, I didn't. It was a different
It was a different character. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I did not, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure the idea is that she's just supposed to have... Okay, I think I know what I'm doing. Oh, that's right. No, that... Okay, no, sure enough. I did actually. No, I didn't draw anything. That's right. My brother just went ahead and made a decision about himself. That's right. Okay, that's what he did. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Alright, so we have it so it actually ends halfway down. Then this would be like, this area would be prone to like kind of folding a bit. Something like that. No, that doesn't make sense. Because I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, her butt would naturally push it out a little bit, so. It would be more like that. Well, you get like a slight, yeah, like that. Okay. It's okay if this looks like a little bit blocky and weird, because like these always tend to, these like model sheet things always tend to have like a little bit of like a lack of a gestural, a little bit of a lack of a gestural nuance you would want in a, in a normal drawing. That's right. John, my message keep getting shot about. Yeah, I guess you're being too hot and heavy, I guess. I feel like there's a social logic that comes with fandom culture that might explain some of the... Yeah, I think I know what you mean. That makes sense. Thoughts on this artist's skill? I think it killed a link, I think it killed a link. If you can tell me their name, I will take a look. Will, I've drawn 7 arms plus back or chest during the stream base. Coldies. Did I browse IC? I mean, here and there, John, like here and there. Here and there. Here and there. Yote's Diary. Do I think Undertale would be successful, is what to really say? I think that, short answer is yes. But then the next question is how successful. First off, okay, Homestuck. Homestuck is like not really a thing anymore, right? So I'm just getting a YouTube. Should I go to the YouTube? It looks like... Oh, yeah, okay, they do draw. And obviously I assume none of these are copies. These are out of imagination, I assume. Well, they're really good either way, whether they're copies or from imagination. I can't tell if they're copies or... There's a consistency that makes it seem like they're
from imagination. Yeah, because they all have roughs and stuff, and but yeah, either way, yeah, this person's very, very good. They are. Well, let's put it this way: they're too good for me to tell you exactly how good they are. That's all I can say for sure. Yeah, there is an undying. Holy fuck! I just said. It's just some like. I just made a Toby pun. I do see some. Let's just say some still kicking Homestuck fans. So if we're to give him the Homestuck buff, and he was to release Undertale today, I think in some ways he would he would get the same buff he got from the Homestuck people back in the day, because I think he wouldn't have Starman.net though. Or would he? I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. It's hard to think about like what would be his like launching pad exactly. Well, he would definitely have some kind of launching point and launching pad is the point. And that would definitely spring him to, let's put it this way. It's the exact same game. I see zero chance that it sells under 500,000, if you want my honest estimate, because even in the current market, it would still be very unique. In fact, maybe especially in the current market, because games are kind of like games are going through a bit of a rough patch. In many ways. Yeah, I agree with Fumo. Like I see no universe where it sells less than 100,000. Or sorry, 500,000. That's okay. Maybe as low as 300,000. Maybe I could see as low as 300. That's my honest. That's my honest guess. Now, if Toby was literally like who? He was literally who? He has no Homestuck history. There's just some guy who pops up that's not even Toby, and he's the guy who puts the game out. Then I would go as low as to say no less than like 150,000. That's what I would say. But even then, I would still expect it to go up to like at least like 300, 500 possibly, yeah. That's my guess, yeah. Yeah, I think they like shockingly are. Like I think they shockingly are. They're all over the place in ways like you wouldn't realize. They always seem to just like keep showing up, and they're like passionate too, and they never like stopped being involved with like internet things, I guess. It's mad weird. The whole like that thing was like a cult, and I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, that's my guess. That's my guess. I would love to see this timeline though, to be honest. But yeah, there are indie games in the past that were really successful that obviously like
would not be today 100%. Like Jonathan Blow himself admitted Braid would be. Well, he kind of saw that firsthand when he released the remaster. He admitted himself Braid would not be particularly successful in the current market. It would be pretty niche. I don't know exactly how many sales he has in mind. Like maybe like
Probably too many.
yeah, probably too many. But yeah, it wouldn't be what it was. It was what it was because of Xbox Live Arcade, and I remember being there. I mean,
Literally seeing Xbox Live Arcade, seeing the success that people were getting, that was the moment that made me say, I have to make video games. That was the moment that I picked up coding and everything. It was literally the Xbox Live Arcade phenomenon. Just because it's such a shock. It was unfathomable to find out that, like, dudes are making games selling these numbers, like, from their home. Like, it was just mind-blowing, and it made for so many people, it broke their brain in a way that, like, just never recovered. And, yeah, I'm one of them, basically. Yeah, like Super Meat Boy is the same thing. Like, Super Meat Boy would do extremely modestly in today's market. Even something like Stardew Valley would still be pretty successful in today's market, just because that genre is always in demand. I can't talk about Minecraft because I don't know enough about it. I do not know enough about Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft I don't know. Because I don't really know exactly how uniquely it fulfills its role. Because I don't know anything about sandbox stuff. So I don't know if, like, the existence of, like, Terraria would, like, hurt Minecraft, or if, like, I don't know what else is out there. What else is out there? Factorio. I don't know. I don't know, like, anything about these games. But, like, I don't know if they would hurt Minecraft's success in today's current market, or if they would help it. I mean, obviously it wouldn't sell the numbers it has now, just because, that is absolutely a product of right time, right place. But, like, I don't, like, would it be a hit at all? That's like a really good question. I honestly don't know. Yeah, no, there was a lot of Undertale rip-off shit. Like, there was this one Kickstarter. It was, like, the single most shamelessly, I remember even, like, right when I had found out about it, even in, like, 2017. Even some 2017 people were, like, really shamelessly trying to play on Undertale. And, like, there was this one Kickstarter for a game that was, like, one of the most, like, shameless, like, slap together things I've ever seen. It was called Funny Story. I'm not kidding. It was called Funny Story. And it just threw all the keywords into its campaign. Like, quirky, Earthbound, Undertale, like, thing. And it had, like, good sprite work, but, like, not a cohesive art style, which... that name is hilarious, yeah. Which tells you that, like, they just quickly, like, called up some artist who's like, yo, make me a bunch of pixel shit so I can, like, sell this game. And they were asking for, like, a lot of fucking money. Like, it was like $100,000 or something. And it actually did well because it looked competent. Like, it got to, like, $50,000 or something. But they didn't fully fund it. And then the game just disappeared off the face of the earth, telling you that it was, like, a planned for Kickstarter scam. Like, no one planned on actually finishing that game. That was the flexible funding, yeah.
that was the most. That was like the peak of shameless. That was the most single egregious, like Undertale. Uh, you know, like Undertale Momentum Rider. That was the most shameless one I saw, um, personally. I'm sure there were others. Oh well, there was Heartbound. Heartbound, literally the pirate software guy. Like no one even knows his game anymore or cares about it, but because he doesn't work on it and it looks, not interesting anyway. But like the Heartbound dude. I mean, his game's freaking called Heartbound. Is it people will literally refer to it as an Undertale fan fiction now because no one even knows or cares what it actually is. Yeah, that thing that was a real shameless one, and we've seen where that ended up. He just used it as a platform to. He just used it as a platform to take money from people and to to just settle into being like this variety streamer. That was insane. And I guess apparently Screech about how he used to work at Blizzard. Fuck. I gotta get this to look better. I think the main issue is that it needs to be more like I guess. Nah, it still needs to be. Still not quite right. Still not quite right. I think it just needs a little bit more bend to it. Yeah, market definitely is important. Yeah, because like pretty much anyone who releases a really successful game released it to some kind of platform. Like I don't think there's ever a case of like a game just pops up out of nowhere and like blasts off. Like I think there's always some kind of community it's bouncing off of. Like even me with like my humble sub count on YouTube, if I was to release Castle like today and it did quite well, even in that case, if it did quite well, people could look at that and say like, okay, well he had like ex Digibro fans, he had DJT, he had I guess that's it. I guess that's all I have. But like, it's something. It's something. Like the point is you'll never see someone pop off of nothing. At all. You'll never see them pop off of nothing at all. There's always something. There's always some kind of platform that they popped off of. Check this out too. I think it killed the link or for me. Cuz I actually don't know what I don't know what Will is referring to. Yeah, I don't know, Will. That's a good question. Like, okay, Onimushi, who made the game Shira Nagas, he said he insists that it was important to build up followers and stuff um, when releasing a game. But he seemed to have like a lower scale concept of it. Like the numbers. The numbers he was like kind of suggesting were kind of probably lower than what you would usually see Westerners suggest. So yeah, I think it's still killing. I think it's still killing whatever you posted. I'm sorry. It's being it's being a fanatic. Yo, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like they have more options for getting stuff around than we do. I feel like they just have fundamentally more ways to do it. All right. I'm kind of forgetting here like what this corresponds to. So this is this, and then this is that. Yeah, definitely, you know. Thank you for the words of support. I knew I needed to take a little bit to like, you know, really kind of focus on my YouTube a little bit because you know, it's just like I kind of neglected it, and I needed to take a bit to really like go at it. I enjoy making the videos. I just don't enjoy editing them, and I don't like taking time away from you know, working on the game. All right, I guess I'm retarded because I can't. Oh, you annoyed. Okay, you annoyed. Okay, now we're gonna get it. This time we're gonna get it. Let's see. Oh, so they still update this. Shit, how do I get around this? Gallery. Original character. Oh my god, this is so hard to navigate. How do I see some fan art? Okay, here we go. Oh my god, this is so confusing. I like this type of
BPD femcel core type art a decent bit. I actually like it a lot. Some of it's a bit much. Some of it is a bit much, but I actually like it. I like it a decent bit. I don't like... I get kind of sick of that stuff after a little bit. Like, I'm not like some people that, like, just fucking are obsessed with that type of thing. But I do like that whole... Yeah, like, I just think of it as BPD femcel stuff. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do, Alien Run. I do know some Brazilians. I got some names of some Brazilians who can edit for me for cheaper. So I think maybe we can make it happen. I just gotta recover from some brutal financial blows this month. But we're getting there. But it destroys their body, so it's unsustainable. Yeah, I mean that art looked like good art to me. I mean, I didn't like carefully study it, but it looked like very you know, looked like good you know, good tech. Great size, great pics. Looking thick, solid, tight. What the fuck am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing with this one. I just can't get a... Yeah, I mean... Oh shit, my arm is starting to get actually kind of slightly tired. I think it's because I haven't eaten in a while. Because I'm too poor to eat food. No, I'm just kidding. I voluntarily reduced my intake. To preserve resources. And for fitness sake. What? I'm trying to think how this area is supposed to connect in. Because normally oh, that's right. Because normally a lock goes over her ear like that. So, okay. So there would be a lock on this side of her head. Crossing over... Wait, what? What? Oh, okay. I'm fucking retarded. I gotta switch this. Also, I just noticed an issue. As well where this is too over. I almost feel like I should transplant it now. Well, nah, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like these things need to be like... Well, what we can do is this. We can take this, we can move it over like that. Mario 64 2 when? Yeah, I know. I've been waiting a while for it. Came back for the Mario 64 vid. Based. Oh, that's Ura? That's who this dude is? That's hilarious. How the fuck did I not? I couldn't even tell. I mean, I could tell you had a little bit. You had a little bit of the you had a little bit of unhinged energy, but I honestly couldn't tell. Maybe that's just what just growing older does to you. But yeah, did you like the vid, Ura? Did you like the vid? I think the general issue I have with the artists that work in this aesthetic is it seems to... Yeah, exactly, Unim. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Like, it seems to have a... I've changed a lot, calmer. The Japan content, best to never see. I actually don't know what you mean by that. Thank you, man. Does Woda know anything about sculpting? Actually, kind of, I think. He's like a weird case where he's like studied the shit out of the relationship between 2D and 3D, but he doesn't actually do 3D. It's kind of weird. Like, maybe he could explain it to you sometime. Like, if he was to pick up sculpting, I think he's thought about it so much that he'd probably be able to do it pretty quickly. But yeah, he's just, like, really obsessed with the relationship between, like, 2D and 3D, so... I don't know. He said he wants to get into it in the near future. Like, next year, maybe. So, we'll see then. I thought I've changed was the response about me. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of cool stuff I want to analyze, Coke, for sure. I'll call you Ura. I'll still call you Ura. There's a lot of cool stuff I want to talk about. But next up, I want to talk about Saku Uta. Well, no, first I got to talk about Undertale, but like that's going to be more of like a general Toby address thing. Like that's more of a I need to talk about like a lot of different important things. Serious business. I need to talk about some serious business regarding like, you know, some like mission statement shit regarding the game. I need to talk about fuck, what else? Like, honestly, unironically, part of the video is I shit you not. Part of the video is actually Undertale and Deltarune theorizing. Because, like, there's some stuff I actually have to address to make some points. That's, like, shit only I noticed in the actual freaking story itself, so that's actually kind of funny. But it's mostly going to be focused on, like, the sort of, I guess, like, the social side, like, the relationship with, like, otaku shit and stuff. Stuff like that. So it's less of it's going to be like a partial analysis, partial cultural thing. I mean, I guess you'll see. If you're still around on YouTube. But at any rate, but yeah, next big analysis is going to be of Saku Uta. And that one will be interesting because that's just, you know, that's like a book analysis basically. So I mean it's literally a book, so that will be very interesting, very, very interesting. I found out, by the way, that speaking of very, very interesting, I found out because anyone who knows Japanese knows that Undertale's and Deltarune's translations are notoriously shit. I found out recently that
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with this. I need to get a better idea of what I'm doing with this. Yeah, Undertale and Deltarune's translations are notoriously shit in Japanese. And I found out recently that Gaster's very, very interesting is not a fucking thing in Japanese. There's no very, very interesting. It's not. It was not intuitively translated as totemo totemo kyomi bukai. It was not translated as that, even though that would be the intuitive thing to translate it as. There is a point, and you'll actually see it in the demo. The line "Totemo Totemo Kyomi Bukai" will in fact show up in my game. So. I didn't even do it intentionally as a reference at first. I just noticed that. I wanted to say that, and then I realized after it was fucking Gaster's thing. So. I'm still on my reread. I have been having a hell of a time making reading time, but I will finish it in the near future for sure. Coke I'm gonna reread like all the big ones, like all the big Maeda stuff. I'm gonna do Air and then Clanad and then Little Busters again for sure this year. Definitely gonna happen. Definitely gonna happen. Yeah, I am somewhat familiar with the Bad Anatomy tag wheel, and a lot of the time it's like someone making like 2 right feet or 2 left feet or 2 right hands or 2 left hands. Like a lot of it just ends up being that. I don't know like what else it's used for. Like I know like a lot like back in the day, like, you know, like when that site was like really started being a thing, obviously like in like 2000, like, you know, 6, 7, 8. A lot of people on it, there was a culture of like pretending you could. What is my Naruto called? It's called a big string of tentative title that I thought of in 2 seconds and didn't care about, and it's gonna get renamed later. Let me post it. Also, I haven't updated it, even though I really want to. Might still have some errors in it, but I think it's mostly properly proofread. It might have some stuff I just creatively want to change also too, but I want to finish that fucking story so badly because it's I swear it's going to be super fucking interesting, and I really want to finish it. And I'm even thinking about turning it into like you know, using Castle's exact system and turning it into like a bonus chapter thing. Because it does technically lore connect. Loosely, but it does. What the fuck? What is my password for this site? It does connect a little bit. And thematically there's slight crossover. There's gonna be slight crossover. Fuck you. Am I seriously gonna have to do a forgot password? Oh, wasn't there a trick with this one? Like it doesn't Oh man, I genuinely don't know my password. I'm gonna have to do a forgot password. Yeah, alright, it kicked me out. I'm sorry.
Oh, I can actually find it. I can actually find it if I do this. Oh, fuck. Shit. No. Oh, wait. No. We found it. I got it. I actually got it. Wait, what? This isn't it. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, this is it. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Maybe it's a good sign I thought it wasn't me first. Maybe that's a good sign. I don't know if I can post links. Oh, okay. Sorry, W. Okay, thanks, W. Holy fuck. Yeah, we're heading for media mix, man. We're dreaming big. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe I just searched for something that's in the description. Hold on, I gotta let my get my voice lines playing. My immersion. Gotta get my immersion. Yeah, I think it's all proofed and good. I can't give you 100% on that. So like grammar wise, I think it's fine. Creatively, you have to click more to see it. Creatively, I think I'm happy with it. I don't know. I'd have to. Maybe we'll read it on stream. Maybe that'll be a fun stream. Maybe that'll be a good secret stream actually. How long have I practiced drawing? It's been about 10 years. Yeah, I cleaned up a lot of stuff. Like I was still like back then I was still like kind of making a mess when I would write in Japanese. Now I write pretty clean now. Oh, Nightwill. I actually should probably get off stream myself in a minute. After we finish this back view, I'll get off. Back then I would kind of make a mess with the Japanese a little bit, and I was relying a lot on Japanese people correcting me. I try to rely a lot less now. Oh Yasumi. Especially because the better the Japanese I deliver when I ask for corrections, the more they'll focus on creative feedback instead of just like grammar shit and stuff and like tone of voice and stuff. So there's a lot of incentive to like be really, really careful. And I've just gotten so much better at writing in Japanese and shit now, so. But I think that novel should be okay I think that chapter should be okay. I have a lot of like fun stuff I really want to show. I really should try to put up another chapter, and I really like I don't have time right now, but I really should. Like some of the stuff I wrote after that I genuinely find like funny and like want people to see it. But yeah, it marginally connects to Castle. Marginally. Actually, you know what it is? Since we're on the topic of Toby, we'll just put it in Tobian terms. It's like if Toby made a Undertale, a loosely Undertale related story that particularly dealt with Gaster lore. Yeah, that's basically the best way I can put it. That's the plan. I have this like fucking clever thing with it too. I don't know if I should tell you. or just surprise you. I'll just tell you because there's not that many people here right now. But okay, basically it's kind of like a trick art story in the sense that I wrote it with the concept that it's actually an existing story with like info deleted, which obviously makes it end up as a different story. So there exist two plans. There exist two plans for the story. The plan for the story in its normal state, and then what it ends up being in a deleted state. So I can write like the normal version after as well. And like I made sure like both work as a proper story. At least I believe they do. I'm pretty sure they do. Anyway, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. But yeah, I should try to make at least enough. I should make an effort to put an update to it here and there. It's not like I don't have to be as careful with it as I am with like when writing Castle, so I can use it as like a warm up. I can definitely use it as like a warm up. So I really should start adding more to it. Like it's definitely something I can write faster than Castle. Just because, you know, it's just inherently less, you know, a little less sensitive. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is supposed to be... I'm trying to think here. This shouldn't do that. This should be like... I guess kind of like that. I don't know yet. That was kind of weird. Oh, any rationale for the equals? Yeah, that's just like... Yeah, I'm hesitant to encourage you to do so just because I haven't read it back in a while, but it should be interesting. I mean, like I can vouch for how interesting the overall, you know, play out is supposed to be and everything. I can't guarantee that there's not Japanese use of Japanese. I would now disavow in it, but I think it's okay. It was fairly proofread, so I think it's yeah, the equals that's just like a convention. That's a convention you'll see sometimes, like for gaijin names. And I figured since like, you know, I use like an obviously gaijin name, I guess I'll just use the equals. I didn't want to come up with like a LARP's Japanese name. Because I think that'd be kind of like in poor taste. To like, you know, pretend I'm Japanese when I'm not. Some people said my Manzai is... my Manzai was hit and miss. Some people really liked it. Some people didn't like it. I'm trying to play things like old... Whatever. Just read it. Just read it. You can tell me what you think. Like some people said like, oh, it's cute and it's funny.
Some people say it's too weird. With the stuff in like this stuff in like you know, like the stuff I'm doing in Castle with the I'm really trying to write Castle with like general consumers in mind. I'm really trying to let myself like not let myself do anything that's like too, because I left to a lot of honestly a lot of writers say this, like left to your own devices you can definitely do like strange things, and it's important to think about it's important to think about readability for the like natural enjoyment of the reader and shit, factors and shit. But with something like a web novel that, I'm ultimately doing more for practice than anything, like, I'm not going to sweat it that much. And before you can't read Japanese, I think Unim can. I think he can. I enjoyed reading Base W. I'm tempted to, yeah, Unim's got it. Fuck, I'm tempted to give it another proof now and make sure there's nothing I disavow on it. Okay. So what happens here is this goes on this side and flows over, and then this whole side tail needs to be more like that. Also, the side tail, the scrunchie needs to fundamentally change shape. Yeah, unfortunately. Nice, Unim, yeah. Unfortunately, there are no translators. There are no auto translators in existence that actually do this stuff justice. So, unfortunately, I got excited for a second, thinking GPT was like a god of translating, because I got lucky a few times with it. Oh yes, yeah, 70 hours for 3 years. That's not bad. I mean, that's definitely not bad. Like, obviously, it's not it's not like normal reading speed, but that's honestly not too bad. I'd like to play that too at some point. When you could do that rate, it's like, it's totally like, like you can read VNs, I mean, it's like a good, it's a good solid rate. Like, it's a rate where they get done, I mean, it's a rate where they get done as opposed to a rate where they don't get done. Read the content for each week's anime ep in the. So yeah, I was gonna say, wait, what is summer? Summer pockets. Yeah, that would be sick. Yeah, that would be a cool. I never thought of doing something like that, but I might do the same thing because I never actually ended up finishing it. I read it one route like way back. So I guess it's a good opportunity to It's a good opportunity to finally go back. Although at the same time, I mean, I don't know. There's so much shit I want to get to right now, so it's hard to say. Yeah, I'll probably do it. I mean, if it's gonna, yeah. I mean, I'll find a way to fit it in at some point. But yeah, I got really excited for a second, thinking like ChatGPT is this fucking beast of translating. Because I just got lucky with it a few times, and then I tried it on stuff recently, and it made a fucking mess. Like one thing it really struggles with, it really can't tell when a character's like being cute. Which kind of sucks because I didn't want to I didn't want to have to think too hard about like how I'm going to convey, how I'm going to like translate characters like doing like, you know, like cute and funny type shit antics because it's just so different than English. I didn't want to have to like think that hard about that, but like obviously I do. Obviously I do have to think hard about it because the fucking auto translate just doesn't do it. It just doesn't cut it. So I was thinking we'll have like translation streams. Like I'll turn on the game and we'll play it, and like line by line we'll like discuss like, you know, I'll come up with something, and we'll still see what like GPT suggests, but like we'll discuss like what feels you know. Oh, with like implied ga. I think. Oh yeah, you're suggesting like in terms of like detecting like what's the subject and stuff. Yeah, it. I'm trying to think. That's what's like odd. Strangely it's strangely sharp to like logical consistency. Yeah, no. Thinking about it, okay, if you're saying out of context, yeah, out of context, I've seen it confuse subjects a lot. When you give it a nice big chunk, though, it's shockingly good at following the logic of it. But it seems to have a really hard time, like with like more like nuanced tone of voice stuff and like. The other weird thing about telling it to translate is it will inject like purple prose into your shit, and then it will just like delete shit in other cases. It's mad weird. So like one time I checked what it spit out and I was like, what the fuck? This is not what I wrote. This is cringe. So yeah, that kind of upset me. Man, it just goes to show though, like if I had to leave this game to an actual translator, a so-called professional translator, you know, it'd barely be better than just leaving it to ChatGPT and saying just give it what it is, and like that like sucks. Like that absolutely sucks. Like seeing your writing that you really like put a lot of effort into the connotation of and shit, like seeing that shit get like slaughtered. Seeing a character that you put a lot of effort into being cute just like not be cute anymore, for example, is like a terrible feeling. So I'm very happy that I can
And I mean, that's just like a more superficial example. Like, there's deeper examples too. There's like connotation things, you know, stuff that's like really, really important for the characters, the like nuanced implications of what they're feeling and stuff. So I'm very thankful that I'll be able to have control over it. Yeah, exactly. We need a new dialect of English that supports otaku writing. Yeah, doctor. Absolutely. That's pretty cool that that you can do that. Collaborate with some artists and shit. Yeah. Um, Actually, what's funny, doctor, is believe it or not, I've actually seen it be able to be decent with those sometimes, but you have to go out of your way to explain the pun to them. Like, I did a test. I was watching the K-On! Movie, and they have this part where, like, you know how they call Azusa Azunyan? Well, like, I think, like, Reed starts, like, making up words. Really, you know, as, like, like, she whimsically starts making up, like, words, like Azu-themed words. Um... Oh my god, what the fuck was it? What was the pun? It was a pun of Azukaru. You know, like, to, like, you know, to hold on to. It was like, oh, can you, like... And she made some kind of pun related to it. Fuck. I can't remember. But anyway, I switched the movie to English subtitles to see what the English translator did with that. And the English translator didn't even translate the pun, thus, like, destroying the fucking scene. Because the dynamics of the characters revolved around the fact that she was making puns. So that was awful. That gets a big fat 0. But, like, I gave it to GPT and I carefully explained the pun, and it actually spit out a valid English equivalent. It came up with new puns that work in English but capture the same idea. And I was kind of shocked. Stuff like that gave me a really, really good impression of it. So that's why I ended up getting a little bit disappointed later when I realized it's not like the Lord and Savior of translation, but it's definitely better than most humans, though, I can say that much. It's definitely better than most humans. Most humans who do this shit are terrible. Like, just absolutely, literally god awful. So... so this, okay, yeah, so we need a, there would be a lock coming, one lock coming, like that. Yeah, exactly, Doctor, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Alien. Yeah, that's what I was doing, Alien, and even then it sadly has limitations. But the nice thing about it is if you don't like a part, you can single a part out. In fact, I mean, we could do a test even, like right now. We could test, like, I could take a chunk that, like, I think it's not good at, and I could tell it to, like, do it better. Like, we could try doing that. I'm kind of curious, so let's try it real quick. Maybe I'll try DeepSeek for a change of pace. Because I know it's like, you know, more or less the same thing.
Okay, all right. Let's. I'm gonna grab some text. I'm gonna grab some text. Okay. Yeah, I was very unhappy with how this was translated. Okay. All right, let's check it out. Okay, so I was very not happy with how this was translated. Because it couldn't tell that Kanye was supposed to be being like cute here. It can't tell when she's being like awkward cute, and it just translates it really weirdly. So let's try to see. Please translate this into English. Make sure that character or both characters are young girls. Make sure Anya acts cute and naive. Uriel is the initial speaker. It's a bit more blunt, but still. All right, let's see what we get. Maybe it's just how you use it. Maybe it's still good. Oh, fuck! I forgot. It doesn't know one of the characters. Fuck! I forgot. All right, sorry. Let's retake. They are discussing another girl. Has some feelings of envy. All right, let's see what we get. Let's see if it cooks. Well, I already don't like how literal some of this is, but some of this can be easily fixed. I don't like how it doesn't like change the obvious like word order. Yeah, like this is just too literal. This isn't the connotation. This is super similar to what GPT gave me. What is this? It didn't even understand this line. It got this one completely wrong. Yeah, this one it mutilates because there's too much like implied. There's too much implied shit going on. There's too much like it can't deal with something when it gets too like rapid and sudden. For example, it really doesn't like this bit. Where she says, "Do you have any other friends?" And then she says, like, "Oh, I have you." It doesn't really get that, and then it doesn't get why afterwards she's saying, as like a half joke, like, I don't want to be friends with you.
It doesn't like any of that. It's too much. It's too much. So scenes like this are gonna take a lot of, like, maybe we could try explaining further to it, but I feel like at that point you're just kind of. I feel like at that point it's just faster to just, I don't know, figure it out yourself. Like, we'll still try to use it though as much as we can because it does save time. Haven't had as much success with that kind of GPU worse when it comes to words with multiple meanings. Like, it won't be able to generate a proper phrase when using the point and stuff is like, on my. Yeah. Yeah, it does seem to just not care. My favorite Kaon is, fuck. I don't know. It's either Yui or we. But it's hard to choose between them. They're very inseparable, so maybe just both at once. That's true. That's true, Unim. That is true. That is true. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's true, Doctor. Yeah, like more advanced punning is gonna get wrecked. Yeah, true, Alien. Maybe it's best to not bother. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Unim. You can just keep running it and try different things. Yeah, or just tell it to mix it up and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a base to work off of. Like, it's something, for sure. It's something to work off of. Yeah. I noticed it can't access JP at all. Exactly. All right, I think we're almost done with this. Or maybe we are done. And I think I will get off for now. No, we're not quite. We just gotta fix this. I just gotta fix this. But yeah, it'll help at any rate. It'll definitely speed things up. But it's gonna be, it's gonna be up to us to actually, well, me, to really figure out, exactly what it should be. I'm gonna have to get kind of clever at times to figure out how to convey the. To get some of the connotation right, like when she says, like, because like it really, like I said, it really doesn't like that one where it's like, yeah, it really doesn't like the one where, yeah, Tomodachi Hoka ni mo iru, and then she says Yuri mo iru yo. Like, enthusiastically. It's supposed to be like it's supposed to feel like something like a child would say, but it just doesn't even really attempt to get that. I could maybe like tell it to redo that, say like, oh, try that being more childish. In fact, actually, let's try that right now. I'm curious. Let's see. Oops. I just showed secret info. Showed forbidden info. No, it's nothing big deal. Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds cool, Doctor. I want to see for sure. I'm a fan of the monsters you've been cooking.
Let's see. Let's see what we get. Oh, come on. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? That's shit. That's terrible. That's terrible. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's something. It's something to work with. But... maybe there's some hope for it. I don't know. Where are you posting, Doctor? By the way. Oh shit! What am I doing?
Honestly, like the best way to, I guess the best like equivalent in English, or yeah, for that would probably if she just shouted her name. I think that's the problem with English is that it's like because it can't be as explicit as Japanese, it gets so context sensitive and gets to the point where you have to ask like, are you being too subtle? It's so easy to ask like, are you being too subtle? Whereas Japanese, it never feels like you're being too subtle because you just have more options. If you want to get really subtle, you can get really subtle, but you can get really subtle while still being explicit. So it's like, it's extremely difficult. There's just less space to work with. It feels like crunching down a high-res drawing into pixels. I don't know, I would just call it Dungeon K. I would just call it Dungeon K. I just call it Dungeon K. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Hold on. Might as well pull it up. Talisman. Oh yeah, I like it. It's got like a little bit of a oh my god, what's her name? Like the is it Sadako? The ring thing. I like how it's got a little bit of that. Very, very cool. I'm excited to see all this stuff in action. I feel like in general the whole like monster type genre is just very underexplored with I know there's a couple good ones that people really like. But in general, I feel like it's still very underexplored with independent developers. So I'm very excited.
This is kind of unbalanced. Okay. Alright, I think this should do it. I think this should do it. I think this will do it. This should do it. Wait, oh fuck, I forgot. I gotta figure out what the freaking cape is gonna be doing from the front. I guess like basically like that should. No, because it needs the. I'm forgetting exactly. Right, like that, like that. Yes. Yeah. Let's drop dead from the Yeah, man, that's how it is. It's like monster collection and autism are like bread and butter. I don't think I'm autistic though at all. I think I have acquired. I think I have self-made autism. I think I have voluntary autism. Ranger roll despite fast magic. Right. Rangers. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So it's about like a quick. Yep. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. What you experienced was in fact a ranger debuff. Yeah, no, I like that concept a lot. Oh, this remix goes hard. All right, we are gonna. I think we will call it a day for now. Oh wait. Shit. Still gotta. This is. I do not listen to gore shit. I have heard it before, but it's not like a thing I reach for. It's not like a thing I reach for on my playlist. But I have heard it in the past. I actually honestly forgot what it even tends to sound like, to be honest. Yeah, I'm excited for it, you know. I mean, if for nothing else, it's a chance to see the characters and, you know, pretty cool art direction, and you know, it's a chance to make the series have, you know, relevant fan art again and stuff. Like, I'll definitely be drawing some fan art of the characters myself. So I'm excited. If for no other reason, I'm excited for that. We'll have to wait and see if it's actually. Wait, what the? I just did something retarded, didn't I? Yeah, because if she goes, then this is the one that should be. The cape is fucking reversed. How the fuck did that happen? How did I do that?
Funneling the concepts of the basic JRPG quartet of the Fighter Ranger Hero and Tank is nothing new in fiction. Yokai Watch just happens to implement it as opposed to games with custom skill sets. Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because, like, it's weird because, like, I really like when that stuff is, like, you know, cleanly designed like that and done well. But I also like when stuff is a little bit, like, more chaotic and freeform sometimes as well. It's like hard to choose sometimes. Like, it just depends on the context. But yeah, if you do that type of thing really well, it sounds good to me. Fuck. Okay, so this corresponds to that. Fuck, I'm honestly, I'm borderline losing track at this point. Fuck. Fuck. Boom, boom. Yeah, okay, so, okay, alright, now it's correct. The only issue is that this fucking part is all weird. This isn't right. I mean, I guess I'll just figure this out later. Honestly, don't know like exactly what I should be doing with the folds of this, but we'll figure it out later. We'll just do that for now. All right. I mean, that should do it. That should do it. Whew. Yeah, sounds good, Coke. I haven't seen all of them, honestly. Oh, did it? It cuts shit? That's fucked. I guess I don't know. I always remember liking the third movie a lot, but like I don't know what I would think going back to it now. I'd have to see it again. But yeah, I love that. I mean, that first one's just burned in my brain. I'm gonna have to see it again. For sure. There's so much good animation in it too. Yeah, no, I hear you, Doctor. I hear you, Doctor. I watched a bit of some streams yesterday. The Universal JP Music channel was streaming an Annie-song DJs. Oh, yeah. And only Gochi was saying Annie-song set at one point. That's bass. The DJ was accompanied on stage by... Oh, yeah. Yeah. So was that a confirmed new season? Because if it's a new season, I'm hype as fuck. I was thinking like maybe it's just gonna be an OVA, but I mean either way I'm happy. But okay, all right. This now we just need the side view and then we can model up. Get some 3D modeling going and that'll be that. Badass. Yeah, I'm pumped. Oh, okay. So still not confirmed. Well, either way, yeah. I mean, either way, I'm happy. I'm happy with whatever we get. New goatees, new goatee. So I want to see Fuyu in anime really badly, but we did get to hear official voice work for her a few times, like with special content. So that's at least something. It definitely would not be adapting to the end if it's going at the pace the other ones. It would still need at least 2 more seasons to get to the end. It would probably be more like 2 seasons plus like an OVA or something if it was to reach the end. Unless they do it blazingly fast, which I hope not. Because it has to do the entire hotel arc. The only way they could get to the end is if they skip the hotel arc. But the hotel arc is really important. So I can't imagine that they're going to skip that. Especially because the anime tends to... It doesn't pace things slower than the manga, but it does tend to like... Yeah, not only is it like... It's... Not only does it like just get insanely... I mean, the whole thing is so good, but like it really goes hard. And it is very heavy. Like the whole last arc feels more like you're reading like a True Root and like a VN or something. It gets I don't cry at media easily. And but it was like really making me have to work hard to like not get extremely emotional the whole time. So yeah, no, it's absolutely peak. The directing on the 3rd season was like really strong too. It seems like because I was like worried that the anime wouldn't be able to keep up with the material, but oh, true. I'll take a look. But yeah, I'm pumped either way, whatever it is. I really want to see Fuyu in anime, but I don't know if we'll see that. Honestly, at that point, like if they don't finish it, I'd almost rather they just pick random episodes to just do like random scenes and just like not even worry about the overarching story. Who knows? But anyway, thank you everyone for coming, and I should be on tomorrow, in all likelihood, and finish this up, do some coding. I don't know if I'll do any of the modeling on stream. I feel like modeling is too involved to do on stream, but I still have a lot of coding to do, and I will do the coding on stream, and that should be fun. I'm just mostly finishing shit up, tying up some loose ends and stuff. So, but yeah, I will definitely see you all soon. Stay based in Oda. Good to see you, Coke. Good to see you. I'm glad to see you're doing well.